weapon. 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 weapon, 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 weapon,
Goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Weapon.
Bye.
Okay, so a couple of things. First off,
Bye.
come on. Okay, so I have a question. I have a question for everybody. Did you hear the beginning of that goodbye
Bye.
cut off? Is it just going bye? 'Cause I think it is. Is the website
Bye.
timer based on you look? That's a good question. Oh God, maybe that timer doesn't. It's just bye. Okay, so I have a theory about this. There's a bug. Yeah. I can fix it. It's not hard to fix. I can fix this. It's not hard to fix. I just don't know why it's happening. I'm gonna have to fix it by modifying all my sound effects, which is whatever. But basically, it seems like there is a bug in. It seems like there's a bug in maybe OBS browser view, where when a sound effect plays, it seems to start in the middle of it, and I don't know why. I'm sure, however, that I can fix it by just adding an extra half second of silence to the beginning of every sound. Right? Give me a second. Well, that's interesting. There we go. And okay, so let me just save this. Save file, save file, save file, save file, save file, save file, save file. Oh my God, where's the fucking button? Oh, right, I have to export it. No, I don't want a FLAC. Well, I guess I'll take a FLAC. Whatever, FLAC is fine. A FLAC is fine too.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Let's just change that over to FLAC. Save. And now if I play this.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Yeah, see, that sounds a lot better. So all I have to do is go through each of my sound effects and add a little bit of breathing room in the beginning, and that'll solve the problem. Yeah, there we go. That's working perfectly now. I just don't know why I have to. Like, that seems like a weird bug. But hey, I'm not gonna look a gift fixable problem in the weird bug. All right, I'm way too busy for that. So, perfect. The other thing is that it seems to have a sort of a hysteresis to it, where if a sound hasn't played for a while, then it does it. But if one is played recently, then it doesn't seem to. It's weird. It's fucking weird. The other thing, is, I think all the affected sounds are WAV files. Now that I think about it. Huh. God, that couldn't be. Yeah. Well, except for that weapon, because I know it was cutting that off, and that's not a wave. That's a FLAC. So, all right. Yeah, so that's also not it. I think it's just a coincidence because people are playing a lot of sounds right now. So yeah, let me re-output that. Wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. Hang on a second. I think. Oh, delightful. Okay, cool. Because Audacity is very, very stupid, and they fucked it up really bad in the last major update. I just trashed a bunch of my sound files because it has been converting them silently to 11 kilohertz on export. What a great fucking program! God, I love this thing. It's just getting so much better. They were fine, and now they're all fucked up, and I have to fix them. Yeah, why the hell is it doing that? I didn't tell you. It's not the project sample rate is not set to that. Why the fuck is it converting all my... God damn it. I'm going to scream. I'm going to start screaming and not stop. And so now I have to do the thing where I go back through... I got to hit Control Z several times to go back through all the files that I fortunately edited all inside the same session. And re-export every one of them. What a program, folks. What a fucking piece of software this is. Then the cool part is that everyone's mad that they did this, and they're not going to fix it. It is very much a won't fix because we don't feel like it scenario. So, like, I know there's people that were upset that, like, I think Audacity basically got taken over by, like, a commercial, a commercial business, and they're like, oh, they're gonna fuck it up because it's not gonna be run like open source anymore. I'm just like, no, this looks like open source to me. This looks completely fucking typical to me. As far as I'm concerned, it's situation normal. It's the most open source thing I've ever fucking heard of. Hey, you changed this thing for no apparent reason without checking with anybody, and we all hate the result. Can you put it back? Answer, no.
Goodbye.
That's so fucking typical.
Goodbye.
That's better. I still think there's got to be a better version of that goodbye out there. I don't think that's the best quality goodbye. I think there's a better goodbye. AOL goodbye MP3. I'd searched Wave the first time. Let's see what... Oh, no, this is worse. Oh, no, all these results are bad. Oh, here we go. An Internet Archive list. Let me try. Okay, so, let me just compare these. Yeah, so, the one that I have is actually, like, in addition to the problem that I'm having with OBS, the one I have is also slightly... It is muffled, but it's not clipped. And this one is, for some reason, it's clipped. The first... Like, OBS is losing the first quarter second, and then this is losing the first eighth of a second. So there's a little bit of a clip on there. So let me just... can I just...
Goodbye.
Okay, so very good, very good. I'm glad that somebody used that because I wanted to talk about 10 donation. God, I love online. So, I am sort of soft launching a fundraiser here because I am in dire straits, partly due to my own fuck-ups and partly because my cats keep getting sick for unrelated reasons. I don't want to get too deep into this, but suffice to say, shit sucks for me right now. All my credit cards are maxed, and I'm fucking broke. So anything you got, I could use. I may have to pay $2,000 to get possibly some foam rubber pulled out of one of my cats, who I think is so fucking dumb that she ate it, and it's obstructing her guts. We're not sure yet. We'll get the results of the x-ray tomorrow. But I did spend $750 getting that done today. So this is after I just had to put down Sarah 2 weeks ago. So I'm broke. I'm losing my mind. And that's why I'm here doing this stream. But as a result, if you want to donate anything, please do not use YouTube Super Chats because I don't get them for a month, so they're fucking useless. Please use the Ko-fi link because that's instantaneous. And I think I actually retain more. I don't remember. I think Super Chats, they might take a cut. I don't remember. Anyway, but the important thing is that so I wanted to put the reminder on the screen, and I completely forgot that Ko-fi had their own fucking notification widget for that. So I was going to do it through Mix-It-Up, like all my other stuff, because they do have a webhook, and I point the webhook at Mix-It-Up. And then I went to the website to set it up, and the widget was there, and I remembered all of a sudden that that's what I used to use that had the Doom sound effect attached to it. Ko-fi is literally just a shortcut for PayPal. It's literally just a PayPal shortcut, but it turns out that if you send people to PayPal, they won't use it. But if you send them to Ko-fi, they will. It's literally, it is nothing more than an Ajax callback that goes to PayPal. There is no difference except that it's like just very slightly less friction, and so it works really well. But also, they do give you this this stream notification widget, which I used to use. That's where the Doom bullet sound effect comes from, which I completely forgot that's where I had that built. I totally forgot that's where that used to come from. So that was nice to rediscover. But the other thing is that it has a built-in voice synth now, which it didn't used to have. And I hit the test button on it, and I just completely lost my shit. Because so a thing that I've been noticing a lot with all of these companies adding voice synthesis, none of them are testing it. None of them are doing even the most very minimal QA. And so they're not checking for really obvious shit. For instance, in Battlefield 6, the censorship on cusses and slurs. Thank you. There's no names on Ko-fi, by the way, so I won't be thanking you by name. I imagine this doesn't matter to anybody. Anyway. Oh, and by the way, it lets you put the name on there, but it's always going to expose a bunch of dead names and whatnot, because that's how that works. So I took it out. Anyway, trust that I thank you very much. But in any case, thank you, Kittens. I appreciate it tremendously. But what was I going to say? Oh, right. So in Battlefield 6, whenever somebody cusses, it turns it into the pound sign. But they didn't QA this at all. So every time somebody cusses, you hear over the TTS. Oh, thank you so much. Every time somebody cusses, it's like, all right, come on, you hashtag. I'm going to hashtag your hashtag. And it's exactly like that. Hashtag over and over. I think they will, by the way. I think they'll be okay. It's just going to be an expensive okay. And so this is the same thing. Ko-fi, for some reason, it didn't occur to them that they should maybe interpret the amount of money as an amount of money, and instead of just a number. And so it just goes 3. So if I hit send, I fucking love. I had to listen to this like 15 times earlier, and now 3 donation is stuck in my head forever. 3 donation. Okay, you know what? I can customize the message, so it suddenly occurs to me, is this my fault? Hang on. Send. That's even better! Oh my god. Wait, are you not getting the TTS? Wait, why? Oh, is OBS not routing it to you because I didn't turn... Oh, that's so busted. Okay, that's fine. I can fix that. Bonk. There we go. Okay, now you'll get 3 donation.
$3 donation.
Oh, I forgot to turn on... Okay, that's probably very loud.
Sorry, just testing.
Also, I forgot to turn on monitoring, so I can't hear it now. There we go.
Donation. My name on Ko-fi. ###.
Okay, there we go. All right. So it turns out that I guess because I customized the donation message, that's why it was leaving out the...
3 entire kilobytes of donation, of course. $20 donation. Meow.
Okay. I guess it's my fault that the $ was not in there. The problem is that it's really funny if it isn't, so I'm going to take it back out.
3 donation. Test.
3 donation. I'm sorry, it's so stupid.
3 donation. This is just a test.
These are all fake, by the way. I'm sending them from the API.
3 donation. Hello from the other side.
3 donation. Fuck. Sorry, Look, the way that I deal with my life falling the fuck apart is always the same. There's a story about... This was a very long time ago, so nobody gets sad. I had a boyfriend, he died, and the day after he died, very tragically, I'm not crying about it anymore, but it was fucked up at the time.
20 donation. I totally understand the reflexive pain being caused by cats being dummies here, St. Andrew.
Oh my god, the fact that the DTS just skips the commas is so funny. Just blasting straight across. Cats being dummies, here's an Andrew. It's so fucking good. Anyway, yeah, the day after the day after my boyfriend died, this was like 12 years ago.
3 donation.
Fuck. I was in my friend's car, and he understands the way that I am. And so he hands me his phone and says, here, and presses play. And it's fucking, Moonbase Alpha is a realistic simulation of life on a natural satellite. And so I'm sitting there in his passenger seat seeing big American TTS, for the first time. And I'm laughing so hard I can't breathe. And he said, for fucking 12 years now, he has been saying to me that he's still, the feeling he had at that moment was, welp, he's cracked. He's gone. He's fucked. He's losing his mind. He thought I was actually having like a mental breakdown. And I was, but like, yeah, I just, fucking Doge, that was a great way to spend your last 512 kilobytes. It's just, TTS is so fucking funny, and it's so fucking funny because they never test it. So yeah, if I'm fucking losing my shit right now, it's not because I'm not completely heartbroken. It's just because my brain just starts to disintegrate when things are going like this. To give you an idea how bad it is, to give you an idea just what a bad time I'm having right now, let me just show you. Oh, God, it closed my fucking... Hang on, I have to go to my GitHub folder. Disgusting sentence. Where the fuck?
3 donation. Football.
Football! Baseball, by the way. Holy hell. Y'all hear about this? Y'all hear about these? I think they're called the Mariners.
3 donation. Big threeness.
Fuck. Fuck me. 3 brain joke. Okay, yeah, no problem, Steven. Let me see if I can do this. Fuck, how do I do this? It's what? Add bits, what the fuck? I never remember the command. What's the command? Hang on.
3 donation.
Okay, one thing I will say is they did test the TTS to keep it from reading gibberish. And so it's quite a shame because I would love to hear whatever that is.
3 donation. 3 donation full of 3 donation.
Fuck. Oh, is it just give kilobytes? Okay. Or no, it's upgrade. That's right. All right. Stephen Marshall 1.
3 donation.
There you
donation,
go.
donation.
Enjoy your 1, Stephen. You get 1. That's so busted. I love that because I don't have a way to remove it. Like I'd have to go dig into a thing and manually delete it, which I'm not going to do. So enjoy your fucking 1. You get 1. It occurs to me that So I met somebody recently who said that they'd be able to make me a Clive head potentially, and so we still got
150 donation.
Wait, there's more. Hang on. Wait a sec. Hold on.
3 donation.
Oh my God. Fuck.
3 donation.
Oh boy. No. Unfortunately, it looks like they're pretty reconstructed. Fuck me. God damn it. I don't need to have a fucking heart attack over here. I'm trying to solve my problems, not make them worse. Y'all can't do this to me. I can't even get to my stupid anecdotes. For what it's worth, I've been having so much trouble lately that I have actually achieved multiple programming projects, which, if you know me, is very depressing. Oh wait, sorry, I was in the middle of I got to finish one thing before I go on to the next. I was talking to somebody recently who said that they might actually be able to get me build me a head, like a mask that looks like Clive and has like the functioning faceplate. So I'm very excited about that. It occurred to me that it would be really funny if I could get Clive to have X eyes. Like because like machine vision's really cheap these days, and it's super easy to have like a little webcam that can figure out where your hand is, does the connect thing. And so I love the idea of being able to press a button and he gets the X eyes, and you move your hands around, the eyes follow you. I think that would whip ass, and then I could do some fucking Daft Punk streams as Clive. That shit would rule. So yeah, there we go. Because like I set this up right before the stream. I added this redeem, and it's so fucking good. Like I was not prepared for how good it was going to be, and now I'm like, oh, this has got to be real. I got to make this real. So yeah, that's a plan now. Oh my god, I'm looking at Mix It Up. What was the thing I needed to do in here? Oh Christ! Oh no. Right. So I'm gonna try something here. If I pin, I'm just gonna. Okay, yeah, you can only pin one message at a time. That's a bummer.
17 donation. The 3 donation.
Oh God!
I'm still kind of sick, but Showdown donate. Donate since I lost my voice completely. But it was solved by some honey and tea, which is nice.
It's a 5-second delay, which is nice. Here's the thing. I was going to play Battlefield 6, but I can't do it if y'all going to keep sending me these messages, okay? You're going to get me killed, which I guess is funnier, right? So I think I just have to do it anyway. I'm fucked. So give me a second because I got to do something stupid. Let's see.
3 donation.
Oh, God.
I think you know my father, Sam. He's the one who goes SOI, 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 SOI.
Oh, God.
3
that
donation.
Didn't go well. 3 donation. Okay. One moment. I'm going to hit play on this. There we go. Okay, and then I'm going to replace pinned message. There we go. There's a pinned message with the Ko-fi link. Does that help? Does this fix it? And no, I'm not playing Tarkov. There's a possibility during this stream we'll actually get around to talking about Tarkov. It doesn't seem likely to be, given the fucking chaos so far, but there's a possibility we'll end up talking about extraction shooters if I actually manage to get into the game. We'll see. Anyway, what I was going to say is, to give you an idea how fucking badly I'm doing right now, here's an example of a piece of software that I spent the last 2 days coding. This is a plugin for the Launchbox Multi-Emulator ROM Library Manager that allows it to pass multiple disk images to an emulator when you start a game. It's for like Apple IIs, and PC-88 and SharpX1 emulation and whatnot. This is I'm doing very poorly, okay? I actually finished this in 2 days. I started with a blank .cs file, and now it's done, right? It's finished. I released it on GitHub. I still have to make it public. This is how badly I'm doing, okay? I need help. And not only that, but if you saw the media player during the now playing thing during the getting started page, I wrote that pretty much from scratch as well. I spent like a week on that. That's how poorly things are going. And the funny thing about this is that one of my good friends has been going through it as well, and they too just keep saying like, oh yeah, I'm working on such and such incredibly involved and convoluted project because otherwise, life.
69
right?
donation. Lorem ipsum dolus sit amet consectita adipusing elit sed du iasmod temper incidident ut laboret dolor magna aliqua.
Okay, I don't know Latin at all, so I have no idea how much of that it nailed. I'm guessing none of it, but my favorite part is that when it got to UT, I don't know how you're supposed to pronounce that word, but it just said Unreal Tournament. That's what just happened there. So, anyway, I'm sorry. Hey, Somebody earlier, I remember who it was. Somebody earlier said that it was really hard to use the Redeem web UI on mobile, and I respect that. That's a very true and real problem. However,
Free donation.
Oh God. Okay. Okay. All right.
If you really want to break it, you got to use vowels.
I'm sorry, but if you hang on, let's hear the end. There it is. There it is. We fucking knew it. There it is. Somebody earlier was saying that it's hard to use this on mobile, but someone just sent me a picture, a screenshot of their phone where they've got YouTube in the lower 2/3 and then the upper third. They're using the Android multi-window thing to put the Redeem interface up there. Hey, you know what? That's a good idea. I hadn't thought of that. That does work, though. You can do that. Oh, my God. Oh, Fen, that's delicious and delightful. Oh, my God. Okay, as much as I detest Tux as a mascot, I guess this isn't really as much as, this is more of a just enhancing the thing I was saying. Every single time I see a commercial product with a tux on it, it is the funniest fucking shit I've ever seen. It's hilarious. Also, we'll get a better phone, Nathan. I wrote down 3 different topics to address in this stream. And Bash and Brass, you got it working. Oh, that's terrific. It's not broken by ampersands. Glad to hear it. I've told you about how badly I'm doing. I've told you about my sad cat news. However, there's one remaining thing, which is I got
donation.
5 donation. I gotta tell you my Smash Mouth Animorphs anecdote. This is a 2-parter. So when I was like 12, maybe I'd have to go do the math, but when I was like 12. Smash Mouth released their hit single All Star, and it was all over the fucking radio. And the story about this is that one time during the height of that song's popularity, I wanted to hear it. And this was after Napster had come and gone, and I didn't have access to a new file sharing network, so I could not pirate it. So instead, I called a radio station, and I asked the radio station. I asked the DJ to play Smash Mouth All Star. Can you imagine this? I was there. I did this. I picked up a phone and I called a radio station and said, implicitly, you haven't played Smash Mouth All Star enough. I didn't say that part, but the implication of could you play Smash Mouth All Star is a little bit like walking into a pool at a water park and saying, hey, could we get a little moisture in here? Yo, hey, like standing under a fountain and saying, hey, because someone hosed me down, right? Holy hell. Oh, man, it was just absurd. Oh, Basher Brass, I'm sorry. Oh, man, that's... Okay, first off, that's a great name, assuming it's not... I don't know how you pronounce that. Is it just Jim, but a lot? Is it just Jim? Or is this is this a foreign pronunciation I'm not familiar with? Either way, I'm sorry. Sorry, but the way you put that, walking into a bakery and saying, we don't have enough bread going on in here. DJ Shadow voice. Oh, you got an organ sound going there. That's why the sound has so much body. Anyway, so the rest of that was the only time I ever called a radio station when I was a kid. Also, Sabertail, Walking on the Sun is a much better song to request if you're going to request one. They don't play it as much. And it's a banger.
5 donation. Somebody once told me the world is gonna roll my ain't the sharpest tool in the shed. She was looking kind of dumb with her finger and her thumb in the shape of an L on her forehead.
Okay, I'm astonished at how well it got through that.
3 donation. Smashul Malverson.
Also good. Also, was that fucking CDI games? It feels like it was. First time caller, long time listener. Can you play Smash Mouth? I'll get to the Animorphs part of the anecdote, which is, at the time that this song was first big, I was, to repeat myself, about 12. I'd have to look this up, but it was thereabouts, 12, 13. So I was reading Animorphs, which you shouldn't read at 13 or any age, except that that's the best time to read it, because it ingrains the idea better than any other media property that war is, in fact, bad. And so the result of this is that at the time, I was aware that the chorus of the song opens with, "The years start coming and they don't stop coming." However, every single time I heard it, I could not help but hear, "The years start coming and they don't stop coming." And this is every time I've heard that song to this day. I'm on year 25 of every single time that I hear that song. I'm like, yeah, they are coming because it's a war. They're invading, right? And so they don't stop coming, and that's the problem. That is the story of Animorphs. I'm glad that Smash Mouth made a song about this important piece of culture. This is not why I jammed a mouse sounds /moods/silence. That's actually because all three of those records are straight fucking bangers, cover to cover. Actually, my least favorite is in fact Mouth Sounds, because while I do acknowledge All Star as a good pop song in several senses, it has actually reached saturation with me. I cannot listen to that song that many more times. And like Mouth Sounds is fascinating because it feels like Neil started out making a joke about Smash Mouth All Star, and then partway through just like started going, I've got better ideas than this. But he was already committed to the bit. And he continued to be committed to the bit throughout the other two albums, because if you go look it up, there's some deep lore about how even though the second album, Mouth Silence, contains no actual samples from All Star, there are hidden secret codes, like an incredibly slowed down copy of the first verse that plays throughout the entire album as like infrasound. There's a Morse code version of the lyrics in one of the songs. Like, he committed to the bit so hard. I am split. I'm divided on the Smash Mouth Believer cover. I think a lot of the problem is I don't like that song. Like, I think I just don't like that song very much is the problem with it. So that's how I feel about it. I also do feel that what I will opine about that is that what I will opine on strongly about is that I do think that where they put "I'm a Believer" on the album sucks, because just to be clear, there's a thing that people
donation.
Oh boy.
Don't stop Kumin. SSS.S.SSS.S. FFFY.
Fuck yeah, outstanding. It's
Three
God.
donation.
Oh.
If you accept the definition that a word is some letters surrounded by a gap, then Xnopit are are all words despite being pretty much meaningless.
I love how it just completely broke the CSS. Okay, I could believe that Neil is an Andalite. That scans. I'm astonished that I've never seen an Andalite persona. It's completely astonished. Shocked. Anyway, fuck me. A lot of time when people say like, "Oh yeah, I love Smash Mouth," oh my god.
Hello, this is Neil Ciceriga, aka Lemon Demon, on my side account because I got locked out of my main account. Can you please give your credit card information so I can buy a new microphone and continue making music?
Okay, the best part is that I just remembered that I have another window over here that shows me who you motherfuckers are, so I know who just sent that one. And all the previous ones. I'm scrolling back through here and criticizing you. Oh yeah, no, fuck you too. Yeah, also you. I won't be reading these names, but I know. Anyway, a lot of time people be like, "Oh yeah, I love Smash Mouth," or like ironically or semi-seriously, and they mean like two singles. I mean, I listened to the entirety of their first two big albums, Smash Mouth and Astro Lounge, cover to cover on the regular. I think they are fantastic, like, pop albums. So, correct. Fuck you for giving me money. Listen, I appreciate the money. Fuck you for the accompanying message. Both things could be true. But oh
Free
god.
donation. I'm too young to have used CDS, but I just discovered my parents have the entire Dire Straits discography in 2 CDS for Windows 95. It had an exe that complained I didn't have V5. Was that normal?
I was waiting for it to get to the end and say, was that normal? Is this normal? Okay, I assume that's serious. I don't know what okay, first off, V5, I got nothing on that. If you're this is a genuine question. I got nothing on that. Hang on. Let me look this up. Yeah, the pause on the period it's tuned so
Free
perfectly.
donation. Brian Butterfield's Modern Warfare, 6th.
Because of the Brian Butterfield reference, I know exactly who that was. I don't need to check the list on that one. That one's a given. Sorry. All these donos are so dumb. Thank you all so much. I can't tell. I'm Googling this to find out if this is true or if this is a bit. I can't find anything about a Dire Straits Windows 95 CD-ROM package, but that's kind of a hard thing to Google. So I really... And the dono was anonymous is the best part. So I have no idea. You got me. Send them to me. If you're serious, fuck me out in email and we'll talk. Anyway, oh, hey, Comp Geek, how's it hanging? The other thing is, and I'm gonna say it. It's very difficult
5
for
donation.
me.
I accidentally a piano bench. Is this dangerous?
This is dangerous. The sentence, "I'm too young to have used CDs," feels like a shit post, okay? And I want to be
Free
like,
donation.
oh,
VB5. I installed the Visual Basic 5 runtime and there really was a program that could play any of the
Okay.
songs. The UI is also in Russian.
Oh, okay. Well then, it's okay. VB5 makes more sense. That is normal. It's pretty common for software in that era to want you to install the VB5 runtime. Yeah, that sounds right. It would usually come with it. But the fact that it was Russian makes me wonder if it was a bootleg, because I've encountered those before. I have actually encountered CDs sold in foreign markets that where piracy is fairly rampant, where they have actually repackaged something like that. So it's not impossible that it's a counterfeit, but it's also entirely possible that it was a product and just not one that was sold here and is thus very difficult to gorgle. Oh my God! Injected with a poison. Oh, here we
Free
go.
donation. According to all known laws of aviation, there is no way a bee should be able to fly. Its wings are too small to get its fat little body off the ground. The bee, of course, flies anyway because bees don't care what humans think is impossible. V.
Oh my God. Okay, Richard, the reason you have so few kilobytes is because I fired off a whole bunch of test test commands using your name, because it was the one that was breaking chat the other day due to having a space in it. So here's some megs. Please enjoy these megs. Anyway, the point is, I fully understand at this point that, like, I think you can be easily like 25 and not have ever used a CD in anger. That seems very possible. So like, it's not, and you cannot buy kilobytes with Ko-fi because, firstly, because I don't have the thing wired up for it, and secondly, because I don't like the idea of having real money tied to funny money. I think that it's just asking for trouble, because then, like, the moment that somebody gives you $1 and, like, expecting, even in a soft way, that they'll get something in exchange for it, and then they don't get it, now you have a customer service issue to deal with. And I decided a long time ago that I do not wish to ever be in a quid pro quo situation with anybody. Like, I hate it. And that's why, like, my the only place where I am charging somebody money for theoretically something in return is my Patreon. And that is like, you get early access sometimes. Twice a year, maybe I release a video that other people can't see, and it's never something good. I'm always releasing it that way because it's bad. And so basically, if you pay me more money, you get less value. And then you get to occasionally read a message about me being very sad and having a difficult time with my cushy job. So like that one isn't really much of a quid pro quo. So I think we're good, but yeah, I just hate. Yeah. Well, that's the thing, Ad Note, is like, what happens if the noises stop working? Like right now, if they stop working, you're spending your funny money, and we're all joking about how you're getting the messages in chat, but it's not going anywhere. What? Why are the Xeyes all the way up there? Wait, hang on a second. Wait, why are they up there? They moved. What the fuck? What happened? Hang on a second. Hold on. Let me go trigger those. Why the fuck did they move? Their location's hard-coded. I'm getting owned. They've been there. Well, then Clive moved. Anyway, you slice it. Something moved. Here, hang on. No, why? Well, why is he down here? Hang on. There we go. Problem solved. He's going to be in the way of the video game if I ever start playing the video game. Well, Meow, you could always just get a USB CD-ROM. They still work. No, he just grew 6 inches. Get it right. I'll play the video game. Let's go play the video game. Okay, one thing. The other day, I thought it was really funny, well, sort of funny and sort of like, God damn it, you people, that nobody told me the game was so fucking loud. I played the VOD back later. Yeah, I'm going to play a video game because otherwise I can't maintain. If I maintain this energy for 3 hours, I will die. I will have a heart attack. Like, it'll suck. Nobody will be thrilled with the outcome, trust me. Anyway, fuck was I going to say? Oh, right. I just, thank you all for not only spending money, but spending money to make me laugh. I can fucking use it. It's been a rough day. It's been a rough month. But the, yeah, I watched the VOD back and I'm just like, holy shit.
Photo of the Case Plus software.
This is so loud and nobody told me it was so loud. So I turned it down a little bit this time. Hopefully it'll be better.
Inconvenient compared to a normal audio CD.
Okay. That is, okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, folks, let me get this image up into stream. I didn't know this was coming, so let me get this up into stream because this thing is counterfeit as fuck. That's what's going on here. That's not a very good picture. Hang on.
Listen, I don't have any moolah on me.
Fuck. Okay, once again, I know who did that dono.
I was looking left on this desktop. 10 donations. Face them, they look like they're looking right by the minute. When you wear them, you're looking left.
Fucking Achewood reference. Okay, that is counterfeit. That's not fucking legit. That's like an inkjet print. All right. Oh, but it's NPC compatible. After this mission, we'll look at that some more during the interregnum between missions. But we're gonna go shoot some mans. Zaraya, you gotta tell me if you're serious. Please tell me something actually says that. That's so fucking funny if so. Oh! Thanks for the vids. Thank you! Thank you for watching. This one too. He's so rich he's got commas for pockets. Fucking Achewood. You know, I gotta remember to bind my grenade to the fucking... Hey, look, I'm not going to say no to the super chat if it's the path of least resistance, because I'm going to be just as broke next month as this one. So, but yeah, for anybody who's joined in late, I do have hella vet bills, and a couple of grand in at this point. It's getting worse, so probably got to spend another $2,000 to get some foam rubber pulled out of my cat's stomach is probably what this is looking like, we're thinking, pending the x-rays coming back. So if you want to donate, I could use it because I've maxed out all my credit cards, etc. But it's better if you use the Ko-fi link that's in the pinned message in chat, because YouTube Super Chats will not arrive for a whole damn month, and YouTube also takes a chunk of it. In fact, I'm thinking now that I can get Ko-fi to work better, I might just lose the Super Chats, because, like, you can send a message with your Ko-fi dono, you know, and I get the money faster and all this other shit, and, like, maybe that's what I'll do. Anybody have an opinion on that? Not that I can read chat right now. Do I have any kills? Yes, I got one. Fuck! Now I don't have two. So that's the thing, is the game capture stuttering? Coffee is delicious. I actually, one of my larger monthly expenditures, that's not true, it's not that much, but one of my monthly expenditures certainly is on premium ass coffee beans. I don't regret that one. Now I have 2 kills. There's a guy in there somewhere. At least I scared him. Was he just shooting those paint buckets, or? I thought that was an enemy. I was going to get the sledgehammer kill. That's an enemy. I didn't get the sledgehammer kill, but I'll take it anyway. Got that sledgehammer kill. Let's fucking go. I didn't think that one was going to work. Once again, that's not an enemy. I don't need to sledgehammer him. He's a friend. One of those World War II posters that, like, this man is Canadian. He is your friend. Do not hit him with a sledgehammer. Oh, bullet. Somebody hit the weapon redeem. I gotta get his actual soundboard set up. For the moment, I need somebody to hit the weapon button for me. Come on, weapon. Ah, that shouldn't have worked. That's not. There we go. Thank you for that.
Weapon.
Don't know why I made a Murloc noise when that guy killed me. Yeah, exactly. Meow. Or please tell me it's Olympia coffee roasting, because that'd be the same one I'm going with. And yeah, they kick ass. Though I think the same thing is available everywhere. It would just be really funny if it was the exact same one. Yeah, the Linux UI was fake. Sorry. Yeah, that's actually, let me just say, that stream intro. Rudamaya, Texas. Oh, okay, all right. Fair enough. It just would have been really funny if it was the same one. Anyway, that was the worst leading anybody has ever done. Asked to leave Warzone. Oh, shit! I got his dog tags, which are an analogy for his nuts. I'm just saying. I'm not saying I'm proud of this. It brings me no joy to report this. I'm just stating that the video game wants me to perceive that as me ripping his nuts off. Fucking A. I wasn't sure about the weapon redeem when I added that, but now I'm like, we're so fucking back.
Weapon.
One of my favorite things about this game, and I'm guilty of it too, right, is that you'll start shooting a guy and he'll get into cover, and then you just keep on shooting and he pops back out of cover into your bullets. And you're just like, why'd you do that, man? I was still shooting. You're supposed to wait till I stop shooting. I love the idea of suppressing fire in a world where people aren't afraid of getting shot, so they just run into your fucking bullets instead of getting suppressed by them. Oh, Jesus Christ almighty. Oh, man. Bullet. What I need to do is I need to get, oh, God, that's right. You know, for the longest time, I didn't stream modern video games on my stream, so there was no reason to have a soundboard, because that's mostly appropriate to, like, you know, ball-tugging bro games like this. But now that I'm actually doing that, I keep thinking of things that I've always wanted to add to a soundboard, and one of them is I gotta get what is it? Is it Die Hard? I think it's Die Hard. It's Bruce Willis going, "Oh, no bullets!" I think about this all the time. This audio clip is playing in my head at just all hours of every day. Okay, yeah. Kool-Aid Man, oh yeah, be pretty good. I hear a bastard. Was that a fella? Or was that my own fella? Pretty sure I heard a fella.
Weapon.
I'm sorry, I've patented the phrase ball-tugging bro games. That one's mine. I thought that ladder was a dude.
3 donation.
3 donation.
Best friend Ball Tug Bro Games.
Fuck! Ball Tug Bro Games is a fucking terrific display name. By the way, the funniest thing about this is how I'm in here just like laughing as hard as I fucking can because you people won't shut up. And I've got like a fucking, holy hell, my fucking KD is like 3-to-1. This is like the best ratio I've ever had in this game. Apparently I just play well when I'm laughing. We'll have to workshop that one as a strategy. Hey, why'd I take damage? I was holding down the button that makes you action roll. I'm sorry, I'm still on Ball Tug Bro Games. That's my fucking alter ego for just like a shitty COD Twitch streamer. He sucks. I hate him. He's not even a furry. He's just a dude. Again, that's my own fella. I feel like I just heard the Doom pistol noise, but there was no dono. So, seems impossible, but maybe. I feel like
3 donation.
There we go. 3 donation. Whoop. Yep. They don't even need my ass. Seriously, why am I doing so well? This is fucked.
Donation for the kibbies. Glad to see you keeping on streaming.
Come on, I was holding the fucking Hollywood roll button. Why am I taking fall damage? This is bullshit. It's making my life juice come out. It's illegal. I paid for that. Now there's just suddenly nobody here. It's very lonely here in the video. Oh, fuck, it's not lonely anymore. Wish it was. Well, I wasn't able to kill him because we were in the fucking victory, we were in the fucking victory animation. Ball Tuck Bro Games is pretty good. I was... That's a different topic. Fucking hey, Comp Geek. Actually, there we go. Thank you. Thank you for the Tata. Oh my god, Will G, the problem is, if you had a game where the camera followed your head on a combat roll, about 2/3 of your player base is going to vomit on the keyboard every 3rd time. Perform head... I'm sorry, but the phrase perform headshots is just getting me. That's such a strong fucking sentence. That's my cellar door. Perform headshots. You don't get headshots, you perform... Actually, yeah, that is true.
Donation. Ball Tug Bro Games ranked number 200108 in the world in BF6.
I really should change my fucking BF6 display name to Ball Tug Bro Games. Like, that's so fucking strong. I can't believe I said that. Especially because it would really fit in with the rest of the vibes here. We got Sadly 2, Easter Dazed, and Chris by Chicken 2. Who else we got here? Kilo Snipes, Meatloaf Jones, 1 year warranty.
3 donation. I've actually been using Fedora KDE for a hot minute, and
KDE.
even though technically I'm still dueling Windows and Fedora is on an older SATA drive, it's just so much smoother and it feels so much better. Only thing I'm missing is a good door and compatible plugins.
It's so
donation.
fucking... Oh god, 3 donation. It's so fucking funny to me that y'all keep sending me this incredibly long donos. And so she's just reading it for like several minutes. You do not hit headshots. You cause them to be. You have to visualize a headshot. You have to bring a headshot into realization. I'm going to headshot therapy. Do you think that there are... Well, actually, I know this I know this is true. So let me rephrase the question. What do you think a Call of Duty trainer looks like? What do you think the situation looks like where a dude is going to a guy like a tennis trainer, right, who is promising to help him get more headshots. What do you think that relationship looks like? I think you could do a sitcom that's like 2/3 just that scenario and actually sell it for at least like 2-3 seasons without running out of content. I think you could do it. Oh, I over-rotated the mouse. Yeah, exactly. So your two options. Let's run through some options of what this situation could look like, right? Because I think there's a couple of genders we could take here. The first one is, yeah, just we go with like the basic Arlie Ermey knockoff drill sergeant, the guy who trained in the fake Marines by jumping off his roof onto a trampoline sort of situation, right? So that guy's just up there coming up with. He's really just quoting from Full Metal Jacket because he's not clever or quick-witted enough to come up with new insults. So he's just doing a whole bunch of that shit. That's one mode, right? And I think that's the least funny. That's like, I don't know. I guess I can imagine that joke in like Arrested Development, but they'd have to. It would be the lead up to something, right? It wouldn't be the whole joke. It would be a setup for a much funnier joke that's like a 3-level reference. So you could sell that, but mostly I think not a lot of meat on that bone, but it's a good starting point, right? We assume that guy exists. Now we create guys in opposition to him or to operate in complement to him. Who's the guy who sees that and is like, well, that's a saturated market. What can I do instead? Okay? And so I think obviously we've got sort of the dude who takes like a health food naturalist kind of approach to it, all very Goose Fraba, sort of like a 90s joke about, you know, guy has a ponytail, right? You know, but like derogatory. We're talking like the dude from High Fidelity, that the protagonist who's fucking the protagonist's girlfriend, right? We're talking that sort of energy and that specific kind of person we're making fun of here. He may actually know karate, but like not for the right reasons. And I think he probably is actually. I think he probably is actually having the low-hanging fruit's a good way to describe someone's nuts. Sorry, that's only half a joke. I got to workshop that
Free
one.
donation.
Oh my
what
God.
If Homer Simpson
Goodbye.
performed headshot? Can Homer do it too? Can Homer do it too? What if Homer Simpson performed headshot? Can you imagine if Homer Simpson performed headshot? Does Homer perform headshot? No. Well, what if he did? Can you imagine
Goodbye.
what it
What
would
if
be
he
like?
did?
Thank you.
Once again, I know exactly who sent that dono. Oh, shit! Come on. Oh, I got him, but not enough to kill him. Yeah, we're doing Marijuana Simpson now. I wish there was a canonical performance of Marijuana Simpson so we could do voice clips from it. Because I'm sure they would be very strong. Unfortunately, I'm just going to have to read the whole thing again. I'm going to have to read the whole thing again in order to... Hey, hang on a second. Is somebody sniping on a CQB map? Sir, that you're going to have to go back 20 yards. Take a penalty on that one. That's a fucking... I'm throwing a flag on the field. Sniping on the CQB map is so fucking rude. Not because... Like, mostly because it's not necessary. It's CQB. You're close. You don't need to snipe. Like, I heard the fucking fatal sniper headshot noise. I'm just like, well, that can't be right. That's a bug. That can't be right. Who would do that? Who would even go so far as to go look more like? It's just pointless.
Weapon.
I keep fucking forgetting. Did that guy just try to get a stalk kill on me? Can you stalk in this game? I don't even know. I don't think you can, right? Where was his buddy? Did his buddy just leave him to die just now? Because he was with a bro. I heard a ball tug as I came around the corner, so I know he wasn't alone. I keep forgetting this is actually a domination map and that we should probably be capping the OBJs. Well, I think that guy just sent up a drone, so I guess there ain't no drone no more. But I wish I'd seen his buddy first. Great schlepping sound. Hey, so I don't know shit about shit. So how's the level on the redeems versus the video game? Is that shit working, or do I need to turn something up, something down? And you're gonna have to tell me this about 3 or 4 times because I can't look at chat. Oh, that guy was trying so hard to get out of it. He was in it and he wanted out of it, but he had pressed Z, and so it just wasn't. Nothing was happening the way it was supposed to for him. What a sad story. Perfect. Is that in the audio levels? I hope so. Good leveling.
Free
Outstanding.
donation. The ball tug was heard.
The ball tug was heard. Okay, the way you say that... The way you say that immediately reminds me of one of my favorite moments in Star Trek: The Next Generation, which is the one where Matt Frewer, Max Headroom is on the Enterprise, and he's pretending to be a historian from the future, but he's actually a fraud who's from the near future, but not that far in the future as he says he is, because he stole a time ship from the guy who was that far in the future. It's a great episode. You should watch it. I think it's, Time and Again, I want to say? I can never keep the Star Trek TNG time episode names straight. But anyway, so Max Headroom is there, and he's pretending to be from the far future. And so he's pretending that he knows all the things that went on the Enterprise. And he's there to research this big event that happened, which isn't actually true. And so there's this moment when Picard tells Geordi to not to come up to the from the planet. And fucking Matt Frewer's character, Burlingoff Rasmussen, there you go. No, I think that's the guy he was impersonating, right? That wasn't really his name. I don't think we ever found out what his real name was, if that is your real name. But Picard tells Geordi not to beam up, and Matt Frewer's character just chuckles and goes, LaForge, stay below. This is fucking knowing chuckle-ass moment. I think about this every week at least 3 times. Really? I'm sorry, did they reset the rankings? Am I back at fucking rank 0 or something? Because everyone's fucking up every time I get near them. I'm not this good. Come on. Getting these triple kills on whole squads is not native to my constitution.
3 donation. According to all known laws of
we're doing it
aviation,
again.
there
It's
is no
happening
way a
again.
bee should be able to fly. Its wings are too small to get its fat little body off the ground.
Oh.
Weapon.
The bee, of
Weapon.
course, flies anyway because bees
Perfect.
don't care what humans think is impossible. Yellow-black.
Max Room Headwell.
Yellow-black.
I'm sorry.
Yellow.
Max Room Headwell. All right? Come on. Play in this space with me. I'm at the point where I'm laughing at my own bullshit. Oh, yeah, because I've never done that before. That's fresh. That's new. My KD wasn't actually that hot this time, but it felt like it was about 5-1. Max Head Well Room. Max Head Room Well. Maxwell Head Tug. Fucking Tarkov. Okay, yeah, so let's talk about Tarkov, right? Because I don't know shit about Tarkov. I don't know a fucking thing about it. Except...
3 donation. Bull tug bro games weapon.
See, it doesn't know how to... somebody workshop how to get the TTS to pronounce weapon. I think if you were to do WEAP space ON, that might work. Weapon. It's an idea. It'll cost you $3 to find out, though. Who we playing with? Stanky Legs. That's the one we're going to highlight here. We got anybody else on here? Snipper. Some of these are probably new terms. Was the pie out? 555. All right, we're going to stick with that one. That's good enough. So I was listening to Jeff Gersman. Was it Jeff Gersman? Who was it? Was it Jeff Gersman? Somebody was talking about the extraction shooter genre. And look, I'm going to be real with you here. I ain't that up on current games, all right? Current events, not so much my thing that much. As has been commented on several times before, since I started playing BF6 in streams, I don't generally play modern ones. I tend to play less so particularly terrifically modern games. Old games from the past. But I do actually play some modern games. It's not incredibly common, but... Oh, okay, sorry. I just saw the... Wait a minute.
3 donation. That movie is so unbelievable.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Jerry
Right, here we go.
Seinfeld would never date a woman his own age. WEP on.
Fuck. He made it uppercase. That's the problem. YouTube emojis don't show up in the video. They don't? No. Huh. Anyway, Toast Points, do you actually have 18,000 kilobytes? Or is that debiting from my account every time somebody does a now playing? I suspect it is. Anyway, so the extraction shooter, right, is something that it's been the next big thing for what, 3 years now, it feels like? And I have not played Escape from Tarkov. And the reason I haven't played it is twofold. The first is because the website feels like a phishing scam. I don't know how else to put it. It's not just because it's Russian, obviously. I mean, okay, yeah. So the now playing shows the balance correctly. I guess Toast Points just has a shitload of points. That's really funny. That's why they call you Toast Points, eh? Because you got them all. And also because you're toasted by being in the stream all the fucking time. Anyway, so I haven't played fucking Escape from Tarkov.
Redonation. Weapon. 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 Wellpon. Please pass me in weapon.
Weapon.
You got it. Yeah, weapon works. All you gotta do is put the space in there, you're Gucci. Anyway, so I partly haven't played it because it just feels incredibly sketchy and I can't get over that feeling. And also the idea of throwing, like, I think it's like $50 to get into the early access that's been early access for like 6 years. And then I don't know, what's that getting me, etc. And the other thing is that, like, by the time I found out the game existed, I figure probably every single person playing it has like 4,500 hours in the game. And so if I start playing, I'm just going to get griefed to death instantaneously, which, I think is probably going to be an issue with their upcoming wide-scale release on Steam. I personally think that's going to be an issue because I think they're going to release this game and... my understanding is that it's largely PvP. Like, I think there's a PvE element in modes, but that, like, largely this is a PvP experience, which means that, yeah, you're going to get in, you're just going to get griefed. You're going to die like 1,000 times before you manage to score a hit on anybody, is what it sounds like. And this is something that happens to games that have been out for years, right? Because what happens is, when you start playing a game, on like release day, you and everybody else are at relatively similar experience levels. There might, maybe some people were in the beta, but the beta's not necessarily the full game. Got a sledgehammer kill. Fuck yeah, let's go, boys and girls, etc. Really? 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 Did that just happen? Did I just get that lucky? That was funny as fuck. You start out the people that were in the beta didn't necessarily play the exact same game, and even then, there's just not that many of them, right? To wit, I played the BF6 beta. I'm sure lots of people did, but I suspect an awful lot more people are playing the released game. So I don't think that the fact that a bunch of people came into this knowing stuff about the game necessarily mattered, because it probably wasn't that many people per capita, right? It's probably, 1 in 1,000 or less had actually played the game before its official release. So I think for that reason that you're getting a pretty clean slate in this game. But with Tarkov, I think what's going to happen is, because I'm sure a lot of it is knowledge-based in terms of...
Redonation. I've literally never seen a BF6 match this close before.
This close? I see 18 and 105 up front, up top. What's going on here? Or do you mean physically? Are you talking about the close quarters of it? Because I'm playing on CQB, which is a whole separate-ass mode.
I should go make dinner and exist in person. Thank you for making it cost only $3 to talk over you on your own stream.
Yeah. No, that's true. You only have to pay $3 to cuck me. That's true. Sorry. Anyway, have a good night. Thanks for watching. So, yeah, I feel like Tarkov. So I think the extraction shooter genre is cursed, and let me take you through why. I think that it's moribund. I think it's dead before it ever hit the ground running. For a whole mix of reasons. The first one is that Tarkov is this bizarre Galapagos phenomenon that does not represent the larger games industry, right? Like, you can't do what they're doing. What they're doing is bizarre. Like, even by the standards of, like, early access games and whatnot, what they're doing is truly bizarre. And to run a game, I think it's literally 5 years. I think it's literally 5 years that they've had that thing in early access in their own, like, private little system. So it's been out for eons, and I have a couple concerns about that, right? One of them is that it's the XKCD two guys locked in a box with 10,000 pictures of a ham sandwich strip, right? I always thought that one is such a great analogy for things, because I don't think it really addresses this specific problem, but I think it's a great analogy for it. There was somebody in there, and I don't know where they were. one of the things that happens, the joke in that comic is like you sit in this little room with these nearly identical photos, and by the end of 6 months, you both have incredibly specific and incredibly inscrutable opinions about the photos that no outsider would ever come to. Right? You have to be a lifer. You have to have been doing nothing but mainlining these ham sandwich photos in order to start to notice things like that there's mayo in these pics and not in others, and so on. Right? So this happens with games. When you look at a game that's been out into what I'll refer to as the end game era, that is the long tail, the period when the initial push of people joining is long over, but also the trickle is over, and most of the people playing the game have been playing the game for years, right? In the ham sandwich trenches. At some point, when you get to the point where you've been playing a game for over 2,000 hours, I actually don't have a good handle on how long that is. Anyway, when you've been playing a game for thousands of hours, you start to, and the game isn't getting any new blood, and so you're just focused on like what is going to help me fight and win against either the environment that I have completely internalized, if it's a PvE game, or the players that I've been, basically the same group of players who've been reading the same wikis as me for all this time, right? If you're playing a competitive game, and that competitive game has a meta of any kind, if there's any sort of meta game, then you and all your buds have completely internalized how much damage each weapon does, and how fast they, like where, how you can upgrade them, and like if you make a new character, how long, what the most efficient way to upgrade them is. All this like Diablo 2 loot table bullshit. People who play games for thousands and thousands of hours, they memorize all this shit. And then even if they get reset to rank 0 and start with a new character and whatnot, they're still able to progress 1,000 times faster than anybody just going in cold. But also, when they go to the developers and complain about something, their complaints are bizarre. They're wild. They're I can't even think of examples, right? But it's just like the sort of balancing that developers are doing when they're in the long tail era of a video game, and they're basically they've stopped trying to make it appealing to new players and are now just trying to do fan service for the people who are going to be playing it no matter what. The stuff they start doing transforms the game into something unrecognizable from what was originally released. My worry is that with Tarkov having been in this weird insular, because I don't know anybody who's ever played this game. I've never heard of anybody playing this game, but it's apparently like had countless players for years at this point, but I've never even seen a screenshot. The first time that I knew what this game looked like was when I looked up a YouTube video before this stream, because I was curious about whether it was PvE, right? That's the first time that that's the first time that I'd ever seen the game. And of course, what I find out is that, as I suspected, I didn't need to be told this, but as I suspected, it's just PUBG. It's just another isotope of PUBG, which is fine, and that is the energy that I got off of it, that it was like PUBG with a different win condition more than anything. Rather than having to kill everybody, you have to escape, which is a different set of, And I was having a conversation with Daria earlier where I was saying that I think the extraction shooter is fascinating because I think that several do exist, but you can very easily not know anything about them. I've played one, which is Hunt. Is that the fuck's the name of that game? Hunt something or other. I'm googling extraction shooter. Hunt Showdown. Yeah, so I've actually played Hunt Showdown, and I don't know. It was okay. I don't know that that's my kind of game necessarily, but the point is that, like, okay, so several of the ideas going on in Hunt Showdown are interesting because essentially what that is what if Left 4 Dead was much slower? What if Left 4 Dead was a roguelite? And that's a cool idea, right? Because if you think about it, Left 4 Dead is an extraction shooter. The goal, I know this is so deeply unfair, But I know I'm wrong here, right? But if you think about it, Shunt Hoedown is, I'm sorry, I'm taking that. You didn't type TM after it, so I took it. I'm copywriting that myself. Sorry, you fucked up. And that is the name of my Shadowrun character. If I ever play a hacker character in any game, I'm calling them Shunt Hoedown because that's the best fucking name I've ever heard. It's got the cadence is the thing, right? You know what I'm saying. It's got the cadence. Is this working? Well, I mean, it was sort of working. See, that was suppressing fire. Shunt Hoedown. God, that's killing me. We have a party made up of Shunt Hoedown and Ball Tug Bro Game. Yeah, there it is. Stay hydrated. It's got the right idea. It writes itself. Anyway, Left 4 Dead is, in a sense, an extraction shooter, and that sense is the one where, yeah, I mean, the goal is not kill everything. The goal is survive to the end. The difference, of course, is there's nothing persistent, and that's what takes out the, you know, the DNA of the, yeah, I'm sorry, Sad Mac. I'm gonna fix that out before the next stream. I forgot to set up a longer expiration on the fucking cookie. I'm sorry, is this CQB still? This is CQB, but we have a squad that's actually squatted up. That's wild. I've never seen that before. But, like, if you think about it in terms of what if there was a Left 4 Dead that you could play by yourself, but also vaguely in the same place as other players, you know, to one degree or another. I don't know, like that in itself just that in itself just sort of sounds appealing, assuming that you were already somebody who heard the description of PUBG and said, nah, that's not for me, right? Because I think I think a lot about how a lot of the reason that PUBG sort of broke everyone's brains. There we go. Got your ass. Got your silly ass. A lot of the reason that PUBG sort of broke everyone's brains is because, pardon me. What if there was a new genre, right?
Weapon.
Immediately gets fucking claymored. Didn't need the grenade. Wasted it. You know, I'm 37, and to me, the idea that you could invent a new type of game seems impossible, right? I feel like I've already seen them all because, you know, I lived through... This is always weird to me to think about, but I was there when Quake 3 came out, right? I was there when Quake 2 came out. I was there when Quake 1 came out. The earliest game that predates me is Doom, and technically I was there, I just wasn't... Like, if you ask me, did I play the Doom shareware before the game came out, I can't quite answer that, but it's certainly physically possible.
Would you ever consider doing a main channel video about radio devices? AM, FM, ham, dab.
So possibly, I mean, it's one of those things where it all depends on what catches my eye. But what I will say is I don't have my license, I don't have a good understanding of radio, and I just don't know that I'm the guy for it. But I keep saying that, and then I'm just going to let y'all in on a little bit, because, you know, you're here for the stream, y'all help me out, you're all throwing me some dollars, so you're going to go ahead and get a little bit of a sneak preview of it. I have 2 cash registers in the mail right now. As we speak, there are 2, and I don't mean PCs, I mean dumb cash registers, because I spent, you know, several minutes in the last video saying like, oh, well, that's not something, you know, somebody could talk about this, but not me. It's super boring to me. Me, 1 week later, I really got to get one of these, do a video about it. That's just necessary before we go on. Yeah, so yeah, I just can't help myself. So who knows? But yeah, that's just like, I'm not an expert on this enough to talk about it at the moment, and we'll see how that changes. Anyway, so, oops, reloading. Yeah, that wasn't going to happen. No, they're one's a Royal and the other one's I think a Casio, I want to say. And actually, one of them I got because it would let me illustrate an interesting thing about how receipt printers work. That's sort of vital to a narrative. And the other one I got because it's been modified aftermarket by a company that makes accessible cash registers for the blind. And it's apparently capable of talking, and I don't know how the fuck they did that. And so, yeah, one of my friends bankrolled that. I wasn't gonna get it, but Comp Geek, don't fuck around, all right? Don't threaten me, okay? Don't act like I won't. There's a couple of AS400s at the RePC, and I have been seriously contemplating it. Fucking System Z.
3
Oh, boy.
donation. Registering this cash to express my excitement over upcoming cash registers.
Okay, thank you so much. Also, it's really funny that I got distracted by the TTS, looked up, read it, chuckled, then went back to the game and killed the guy who was shooting at me. I'm just saying, it's fucking wild that I got any kind of good at games like this because I still don't feel like I am, and so like. It was a leisurely kill. Yeah, I just did, casually, if I'm not busy, I'll kill this guy. Probably wasn't necessary, but anyway. But yeah, so every time I get a kill like that, I'm just like, huh, who did that? It wasn't me. That doesn't make sense. Couldn't have been my ass. Somebody popped me from that direction. Don't know who. So yeah, like going back to the topic. My worry about Tarkov is basically that because it's been sitting in this weird early access situation, but like with thousands and thousands of absolute lifers playing it for as long as it has been, and I think they've had essentially no new blood coming in, that what's going to happen is the game is going to come out and it's going to be incomprehensible. Like you'll have the dual problem of like it's going to be populated by all these people who are infinitely experienced,
so what's NPC2?
and the problem that the game has been NPC2. Oh, I'll explain that in a minute. Don't let me forget. I'll explain that in a minute. Also, the game has been tailored towards those people who have thousands of hours of experience and their very weird expectations and demands. And so, my feeling is that a lot of games, and I felt this way about Diablo 2, and I still do, year after year, a lot of games, they come out and they're balanced such that, like, a total know-nothing approaching it for the first time can have a great time. And then, after they've been out for years and years and years and no new players are joining, really, you jump in and like nothing feels good because it's all calibrated for the ultra long haul. You would never want to give somebody a weapon that actually makes them stronger because that might throw off your intricately designed internal economy where, yes, people are selling these weapons, right? So you can't ever give somebody a really good weapon because that might depress the market, right? Those sort of concerns don't, well, I don't want to say they don't exist in a game that has just come out, because a lot of games now are adding those mechanisms right off the jump, right? So they're ruining the game before it ever comes out. But it is certainly less common. And there are a lot of games that don't have that problem at release, but then develop that problem. It's acquired in-game store-itis. And so, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I haven't played this game, but just the way that it's been described to me and whatnot, I just have this feeling that it's going to come out and it's just going to be busted right off the jump. Like nobody, normal, if you will. Thank you. I'm so glad I added those new redeems. I'm sorry. Like I hadn't added more before, only because I was so busy trying to get the basic system working. But I'm extremely pleased that it's working as designed at this point. Pretty much coming through as intended. Perfect. Long suppressor. Wow, Jimmy, why does your mom let you have long suppressor? So anyway, that's one problem. Now let's talk about the other issues with the genre. my perception is that fucking XIs. I got to give him a noise. I got to give him some kind of noise so that I can tell when the XIs happen. I don't know what it would be, but any visual redeem needs to have some sort of noise associated with it. I should use the NES unlicensed game pause noise would be a good example. That would work well. Anyway, let's get some Color Dream shit going on here. Slide whistles. Okay, sorry, slide whistle is good. That is good. Ah, shit. Fuck. I like this map.
We need to capture the objective and hold ground.
So, you know, my perception of the situation with this genre in general is that it isn't a genre. Like, the extraction shooter is fake. It's not a real genre that exists. Yes, I understand there are extraction shooters. The problem is that it's sort of like if you set out to create a new genre of music, not by making a song that sounded good, but like, and you know, a bunch of executives come into a room and design a new genre, and then you have to create a song that satisfies the needs specified in the fucking RFP, right? Like, the extraction shooter, somebody had this idea organically at some point, but before it was ever able to escape out into the world as like, because what happened with PUBG, right, is that the game came out, and then every single game studio and publisher immediately said, ah, fuck, we've got to have this, which is the same thing that happens with all other forms of creative work. When there's a new genre of music, there's a whole bunch of producers who go to all their pop stars that are under their, and all the managers and whatnot all get together with their talent and tell them, okay, you've got to make one of these, you've got to pivot, you've got to do the new thing, and a lot of the time it works, and sometimes it doesn't, and you get, somebody switching genres and failing, but, and if nothing else, even if it's not existing artists, these companies, these organizations still go out of their way to sign a whole bunch of new artists to do that thing, right? But it is ultimately like, it is a corporately driven thing, but it always begins with one organic example of the art form, right? And so PUBG comes out, and we all lose our shit completely, right? Like, everybody who had been in games from an insider standpoint, from an outsider standpoint, from an observer standpoint, consumer standpoint, everybody just goes, hold on a second, you can just make a new genre? I thought we'd already done that. I mean, especially when it comes to shoot man games. The idea that you could make a new, just gin up a new way to mix the Taco Bell items together, menu items together, in order to get a first-person shooter that offers a unique gameplay experience. We didn't think that was possible. Because again, as I was saying earlier, I've been here almost since the beginning of the first-person. I mean, I've been alive for the entirety of the existence of the first-person shooter. I have played all these, every generation of these games, if not all these games, certainly. But I've played every generation of these games in their day. I have watched the evolution of this throughout its entire existence, as much as anybody could, if not for being older, so I was more conscious of what was going on, right? And so the idea that what id Software accidentally did in, 1999 could be replicated just like that now by somebody with a totally new idea that we'd never thought of before just seems impossible, but it did happen. And so I'm a little less reluctant to accept it than I was before, but not that much less reluctant. It's still weird, right? So it already feels fake. It already feels fake to No, I'm sorry. I was not referring to Doom. I was referring to Quake 3. Cuz here's the thing, like Doom invented the deathmatch, but it didn't invent the modern multiplayer shooter, which is so much more than just deathmatch. There's like and Quake 2 didn't really quite do it either. Most of the shape of ball tug bro games is defined by Quake 3. That is where it all started. again, I was there. I can tell you. The tone of gaming essentially changed overnight. Partly because the breadth of it changed overnight. All of a sudden, like, Quake 1 came out, and yes, a lot of people played it online, but online was a different concept at that point. Like, originally when the game came out, you had, I believe when Quake came out, there was no server browser. I think that got added by Quake World, which took a couple years to come out. And so an awful lot of people who played Quake 1 never played it online because they didn't have anybody to dial up to, right? And weren't using, like, you know, the early, like, was it Kali and GameSpy and whatnot that were used for putting together matches before the larger, you know, central server browsers existed. And so an awful lot of people never did that. Quake 3 had no purpose other than that. You got that game in order to play it online. And so every single person who got Quake 3 got online and started pubbing. Yeah, Quake 1 multiplayer was a LAN game unless you had somebody else's IP address to connect to, if I remember correctly. I don't believe there was a server browser. I don't believe that was invented until Quake World. And we'll have to double check, but Quake 1, you know what, Sabertail, that's a very good point. The Counter-Strike mod did come out at the same time as Quake 3, and it had a massive influence on everything. So, but I would say that those two games certainly defined why everything is the way it is now. We wouldn't be here without those two games. But also, like, there's I remember there was a
On topic question, what is your opinion about Zelda Breath of the Wild clones?
Okay, so I don't know if anybody could hear that, but yeah, the question was, what is your opinion about Zelda Breath of the Wild clones? I don't like Zelda Breath of the Wild. That's my answer. Don't like the game, really hate the second one. I played the game, I enjoyed it a little bit, but I don't think it needed to be any of the things that it was. I find the basic gameplay crap. So I wish that they would stop. I wish they hadn't made it, and I wish they would stop. No, I don't wish they hadn't made it. It was a neat experiment, but I wish it would end. Now, as for any clones, I can't name a single one, so I don't really have any opinions on them, but it seems like a bad idea to me. I detest the idea of weapon durability. Do not give me a weapon and then take it away ever. And I'll sign off with the way we used to say it in the day. Please, K, thanks. Anyway, when Counter-Strike came out, it was revolutionary. Like, it is amazing how that game went from not existing to inventing esports essentially overnight. It was that fast. Like, I swear, that game came out in, like, what, late 99, and then by, like, January 2000, I think there were fucking tourneys. Like, it was ridiculous how fast it happened, and how quickly it was being taken very, very seriously. There were leagues, there were people getting sponsorships. Like, this game barely existed, right? Hadn't even been fucking patched, and there were people making a career out of playing it. It was nuts, right? Now, the thing is, like, it's really wild that this happened the same way that PUBG did. Basically, the game... Sparkly, I see what you're driving at. That is an interesting take. I'm not sure that I entirely agree with it, but I'm also, like, I don't feel strongly enough... I don't disagree strongly enough to condemn it. But anyway, the game came out. It just changed everything. But again, it just like PUBG, it was some guy, and it was two guys, actually. It was like two guys had the idea for this game, put it together, and then, like, before they could finish it, Valve had gotten wind of it and went and bought it from them because they saw how much of a banger it was going to be. Now, my recollection is that the same thing happened with PUBG, that, like, I think it was like alpha early access or something like that, and then by the time it existed as a thing, it had become a property of fucking Tencent or whatever. So same shit, right? But the thing is, that's 20 years apart. You know, like, I could believe that once every couple decades, somebody just, you know, somebody just walks up to the lathe of heaven, flips the switch, and turns out a new genre that never existed before. But it's still weird to see. Well, I don't think it can happen twice in 20 years, right? Like, so the idea, I was already reluctant at the idea that, because the extraction shooter seemed pretty clearly to be a PUBG derivative. It seemed pretty obvious that it was, that it would not be happening if PUBG had not happened. Now, this is an unfair statement when you're talking about creative works, because come on. How many pop songs wouldn't exist if not for other pop songs? It doesn't mean that they're purely derivative. It just means that this is how culture works, that everybody is just bouncing off of everybody else. And there's absolutely nothing wrong. I'm not condemning anyone for, you know, I think it was perfectly reasonable for everybody saw what was happening with PUBG and said, fuck, we got to make our own. I mean, come on, that's art. That's how art works, right? Not just corporate art, all art. What artist can stand there and say, no, actually, I fucking, what I did is I closed my eyes, opened my soul, and God spake this into existence. Nobody can claim that unless they're, you know, nuts, right? So I'm not standing here and saying that, you know, if your art is based on other art, that it's fake. What I'm saying is that it was obvious from the get-go that this, pardon me, it was obvious from the get-go that it's like, okay, they saw, because what happened here is they saw PUBG, they tried to clone it, and they failed. Everybody failed, with the exception of Epic, who basically did it by accident and didn't know what to do with it after that and have since ruined it. And yes, they have ruined it. Fortnite sucks now. It was good for maybe like a year or two, and then it's just garbage now. Again, for the same reasons I said before, which is that, like, you know, they no longer care about new players. They no longer care about what the onboarding experience is like. What they care about are, like, weird, off in the weeds, alternate universe motives that are not obvious to a person just joining for the first time, right? And so I got in a couple of months ago to try and play some Fortnite with some friends, because we tried it years earlier and had an okay time, and I thought, oh, it'd be a good way to burn a couple of hours. I get in, and it's just been ruined with all this fucking Star Wars bullshit. And look, I don't mind Star Wars that much, right? Like, I loved the original series, certainly. You know, I don't detest Star Wars. I do hate Disney. I do hate the hyper, mega, ultra commodification of it. But, like, whatever, okay? Come on. You know, this is the game we're playing. We're suckling at the teat of the corporation, so I'm not going to stand here and say, like, no, you can't do any of the things that corporations do, or I'm going to get mad. But what I'm saying is that the Star Wars items they put in the game had ruined the gameplay so that it was not playable. The game that used to exist wasn't there anymore. They had eradicated it in service of this stupid branding opportunity. All of the weapons they put in were broken. They didn't work right. The game that was there had been erased, and you couldn't play the old game. They had taken it away. The normal guns aren't there anymore. And even if they are, it doesn't matter, because if you're trying to play the game that you remember, that you signed up for, everybody else is going to be using fucking blaster rifles and bowcasters, and it's just going to be utterly broken because they're not tuned to each other. These weapons are not in the game based on their performance and how they affect the balance. They're in the game based on, fuck it, we've got to put these models in there somewhere because Disney paid us, right? They did not think very long. They didn't need to. The point was not to make a game. The point was to put a lightsaber in front of you so that you might go buy a Wookiee cup. And so it, like, yeah, I don't know that every live service game is doomed in this way, but the point is that, to my knowledge, and pop off here if I'm missing things, because my memory is not the best as far as these things go, but I can't really name any successful battle royale games, long-term successful, other than PUBG itself and Fortnite. I think there might be one other example, but the point is that it is a genre which popped off with thousands and thousands and thousands of clones, all of which failed rapidly or slowly, but they did fail, right? Fuck me! God damn it, Sabertail. Chess seems to be doing okay, but it has a lot of cultural inertia. That's a good one. I like that. So no, I mean, I'm not saying all crossovers are bad. I like, and to a certain extent, I'll even say that, you know, we live in the era of, you know, one of the ways to engage with, like, what's going on, you know, one of the ways to cope, you know how, like, MASH, the whole premise of MASH, which I think sort of got forgotten after the first couple episodes because they didn't keep saying it over and over, and so you can miss this, and probably a lot of people watching it did, but the whole premise of MASH was this idea that the surgeons were so deeply traumatized by what was going on around them, and the fact that they couldn't do anything as healers to stop the horrifying carnage that they were forced to, you know, try to repair, every single day, that their only way of coping with it was to just constantly joke about it, to not take anything seriously, not because they didn't care, not because they actually felt, sarcastic about, all these people dying, but because it was the only way to distance themselves from the awful things going on in front of them. Being a person who chose healing as your vocation and then being forced into a situation where you can only see pain and death and cannot do anything to slow it down or stop it is a kind of private hell. Except theirs was very public, right? And so, yeah, I mean, this is a thing. This is a thing that would definitely happen. I remember there was an episode of Homicide: Life on the Street that I thought dealt with this really well. Where it was one with Robin Williams in it. Actually, this came up. we're circling back. Robin Williams mentioned the episode of Homicide: Life on the Street with Robin Williams in it, where like his wife got murdered by a mugger, and he's just like posted up in the police station waiting for nothing because he doesn't know what to do, and he overhears one of the cops making a really, really dark joke about his wife, and he just goes in and starts just screaming. He's just furious. Like, I want a different detective. I want this reassigned. And the lieutenant comes over and just says to him, "Listen, this guy just saw a family of 3 get wiped out last week, and then this before, and this before, and this before. He's not gonna feel what you feel." And I thought that was a great way to put it, right? It's like you got to deal with this shit, right? Yeah, we have to laugh because our only other option is to completely shatter. Which, of course, that's the Marge Simpson. Then we come around full circle again to the Marge Simpson bit. Well, sometimes all you can do is laugh. Sits there, doesn't laugh. That's right. Sorry. Yes, Apex Legends was like the other battle royale that succeeded, right? I think that's the only one. And by succeeded, I mean, Kyra Fox, thank you for reminding me because I was going to forget. MPC2 refers to the multimedia PC specification, which came out. I touched on this in my video about video on CD-ROMs, which if you haven't watched, you should watch. It's one of my best videos. Basically, the multimedia PC specification was a set of requirements that a PC builder could build their machine to, and that would theoretically make it ready for a certain class of multimedia software. And essentially what it came down to was like a certain speed of processor, a certain amount of memory, a certain speed hard drive, and a certain speed CD-ROM. And it had to do with how fast you could stream media off of CD in support of a multimedia app. So MPC1 was pretty bad. It came out in like 1993, and the specs were just too low to be useful. But MPC2 came out in, I think, 94 or 95, or maybe it was like 92 and 94. In any case, MPC2 was... Yes, sorry. It's a Wonderful Format was the name of that video. MPC2 was the second one that upped the ante quite a bit and was honestly kind of more realistic as far as what we would think of as a useful spec for multimedia. So if you ever see a disc that says MPC2 on it, what it means is that this disc should play well in a machine with it's like a 46SX and a 4-speed CD-ROM or something like that. You can look it up for the details. But Microsoft, I think actually, Microsoft and a couple PC manufacturers were part of building this spec. And it kind of got forgotten about after a couple of years. And it was also supposed to be part of a larger project to define other classes of PC that didn't really work out. So there was supposed to be like multimedia PC and office PC, and none of that really happened. But yes, that answers your question. You don't got 2 gloves? Anyway, so... Oh, god damn it, you made me waste a missile, my man. Oh, wait, is there a fella back there? Nope, that's some bags. If he's filled with sand, that ain't your fella, that's some bags. Am I getting popped? Am I getting shot at? I think I'm getting shot at. No? Okay, that's fine too. What we got going on here? Hey, can anybody tell me what's happening here? I feel like there's a lot of chaos on this battlefield. I'm sick of these snakes on... Boy. I just think, in my opinion, it shouldn't be like this, I would say that this is really making me think that war is sort of like a kind of hell. You know, I think this is almost like hell would be like.
Objective is ready.
Team Fortress 2? Man, you know what? I think I'm certainly one to have hot takes on things that are culturally significant, but in this case, I think that asking me my opinion on Team Fortress 2 is sort of like asking if I think Michael Jackson's Thriller is a good album. Look. Come on.
Can sports game be saved? John Madden, John Madden, John Madden.
I fundamentally am not sure what one wants out of a sports game. The idea of encapsulating the entirety of a sport is out of the question. There's just no way to really get the whole experience, particularly because it's a team activity where, like, as an observer, as a spectator, sorry, you know, what you're enjoying is the team, and as a player, you know, you're enjoying getting paid $500,000 or $4 million a year. Sorry. But no, really, like, you know, the things that people get out of sports are primarily not the playing of the sports. And so I feel like, and then insofar as, you know what, I'll answer your question. Yes, there's a way to save sports games, and the way it works is by turning them into fully online. Get rid of the CPU players. The only way I want to play a sports game is if every person playing the game is a human being. Now, I don't know if anybody makes that. I feel like I've never seen that. It feels like the sort of thing where they'd be afraid of not being able to get enough players, not being able to matchmake enough players to make a functioning game. And I get that, but I think it can be done. And so, yeah, like I think that'd be great. Wait, is somebody revving me? You don't rev in CQB, my man. That's what I get.
Lost hours to fighting us East 1 yesterday. Anyone else?
10 donation. Also, I should probably take this opportunity to remind any newcomers that I am currently recovering. Sorry, not recovering. I am currently being attacked by and expecting to be assaulted further by vet bills. I'm a couple of grand in and expect to be another couple of grand in before I'm done. So anything you can send me helps, but please use the coffee link, not YouTube super chats, because I won't get them for a month, and also YouTube takes a cut. So I'll probably just get rid of. I'll probably get rid of super chats entirely sometime soon. Anyway, so to finish the thought, oh boy, we lost that objective. Heavens to Murgatroyd. To finish the thought, the thing that I worry about with the extraction shooter is that it is a genuinely excellent idea. I like, because it's not a very fleshed out one, right? When you describe the bare tenets of the genre, you're not really left with much, I think. There's a lot of fleshing out to do before you have a complete product, that's what you want from a genre, right? You don't want a genre to define everything about a game. So you can't really necessarily say, I like extraction shooters, even if they did exist as a genre, any more than you can say, I like platform action games or Metroidvanias.
10 for the kitties.
Oh, thank you. The kitties will appreciate your 10. Like, I am a person who will say, like, I fucking love Metroidvanias, but I don't actually mean that I love all of them. There's a lot that I don't. And so, without there actually being a bunch of extraction shooters to look at, and I think there's like 3 that are actually real and are not like obvious crap meant to attempt to cash in on this thing. And you can fucking tell there's a difference between corporate obvious crap meant to cash in, but still has a real budget and talent behind it, and, you know, asset flips. And I think right now a lot of what does exist is more towards the asset flip end of the spectrum, with exceptions. And so, oh, nice. Oh, that's the guy that killed me. Excellent. Very, very good. But we need to capture that. We are fucking losing. We're getting obliterated over here. Wow. My team, not good. I should be firing in smaller bursts if I want to hit anybody. The problem is, like, I was playing CQB, and this does not feel like CQB, so I got myself all tuned up for the long bursts, and now they're inappropriate at this engagement distance. Whoops. Whoopsie. Oh, boy. Heavens. How far from shooter can it go and still count? Does Dead by Daylight fit because you're trying to escape? Right. I think so. I think that's the question, right? I think that's the deep philosophical question we have to get into is like, okay, so let's talk about my views on if Tarkov is, in my opinion, based on watching 2 minutes of gameplay footage, PUBG but different. What makes it different? And I think, without knowing much more about the game than what I've been told, which ain't much, if I had to pick something, why would a person want to play this instead of PUBG? The answer I come up with is related to a conversation we had in our last stream, which was, what do you do if you like things about BF6, but you don't like the fact that you got to get good before you can make any kills, right? And could the game be tuned in a different way where other people being more determined than you does not cause you to die so much, and thus you could have more fun without having to take the game seriously, or as seriously as you don't want to take it? And that's a big conversation. I gave some opinions on it last time, and and whatnot. Okay, but now let's step back and look at PUBG, because I think PUBG has it 1,000 times worse. If BF6 doesn't look appealing to you, then PUBG must look like just getting told to go fuck yourself. Because that's a game where the only valid win condition that the game recognizes is literally being in the top 1% of gamers. By which I mean, no, literally, you have to survive while 99 other people die. You have to literally be the top 1% in order to win the game. I'm not joking. I have Airwolf. There is no better description for what's going on here, right? It's not like it's not hyperbole that you have to be better than 99% of players to win the game. That's literally the definition of it. I can keep saying this, but it won't become any less true. I have Airwolf. And so, I played PUBG a number of times. I had a good time, particularly at first. I had a good time. Oh, wait. Since you're playing CQB, you can use the respawn beacon to instantly respawn where you put it. It also doesn't add a death to your score. Oh, yeah, that's pretty cool. I didn't know that. I sort of don't take CQB that seriously, and on most maps, it doesn't really seem like it should matter, but that is good knowledge, and I should probably do something with it. Anyway. PUBG is, by definition, it is a... the Battle Royale genre is, by definition... incredibly difficult, because you can't win by... I'm going to go ahead and bail and move to a larger map, because CQB is a little intense. We've done enough of it, I think, for now. PUBG, by design, has to be extremely difficult. It pits you against extremely high odds. Wait, why does it say new on all of these? These genres already existed. What did they change? Maybe there's new missions in the rotation? I don't know. We'll just play something. Yeah, if you're having fun, you're doing it wrong. Right. If you're playing PUBG, most of the time you are not having fun. The process of, like, I'm not going to say, that across the board here, but basically, the process of dropping, finding weapons, upgrading your stuff, that's not terribly entertaining, right? And it's not meant to be. You don't move the ball forward. You don't move the ball up the field by doing those things. It's, again, baseball analogy. Yeah, we're doing baseball analogies again. I keep doing this. I'm going to keep doing this. Collecting good items in PUBG is like loading the bases. You're not scoring by doing that. You score by, you score through runs. Nothing you do short of a run is a score and doesn't count for shit. Close enough, only matters in horseshoes and hand grenades. So you can play a game like PUBG, and you can do a lot of things right. You can make a lot of progress, and then get absolutely nothing for it, because you picked up all this great stuff. You found all these great items. You scavenged really effectively. You found yourself a good sniper nest or whatever, and then a guy shot you anyway, and you lose it all. And you have nothing to show. for your work, for your achievements. Now, those achievements are not necessarily yours, right? In the sense that you know, a lot of it's random, right? So like, you didn't play skillfully by going into the correct house that happened to have the good items in it. You played skillfully, perhaps by searching houses quickly so that you were more likely to find that house. But you know, you didn't. Medic? No, he just. Oh, they got him. Okay, cool. Hang on a second. You know, because there's such a random element to it, it's hard to take credit for anything that goes your way unless and until you get to the point where you actually have a firefight. And then, you know, definitely merit comes into it. You know, your ability to, you know, to play effectively comes into it. But the point is that that's the first point in the game where you can really say that. Up until that point, it's just a question of, you know, what have you been given? What cards have you been given? And they're not necessarily going to make you win. So not only is the randomness not something you can be proud of or really enjoy, but also, even if you roll really high, even if you get all 20s as far as equipment, that doesn't actually result in a win. So it's neither random nor is it skill-based. It's a combination of the two, and it's a combination that can very easily fuck you every single time, especially because it can... Oh, okay. It can be so deeply frustrating to play well, you know, to be prepared to play well, but then the game doesn't give you shit, right? And of course, you know, it's the poor craftsman that blames his tools, right? You can say, like, look, if you were really good at the game, you'd have been able to win with a fucking, you know, no armor and a fucking lead pipe. And there's some truth to that, but come on, right? At that point, you're into the territory of very specific motives about what you get out of a game that are not going to be universal, to put it mildly. For a lot of people, that is not, that math doesn't work. That's not satisfying, right? And in large part, that's why I stopped playing it, right? Because to take everything I just said and put it much more simply...
I got you, brother. Hope your friend is okay.
Thank you so much. I think she'll be all right. Sorry, I just looked at the now playing Shunt, Hoedown, and Ball Tug Bro games in Taco Bell Buffet Brawl. Look, okay, I didn't say it, but I'll take credit for it anyway. Oh, C's been taken. We should do something about that. Kill Dirty V209. Now that's bad leading. Legal drama where the judge is or the defense counsel is objecting because of leading, because you shot the person they're representing by aiming ahead of them. Do you get what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying. I'm sure you get the joke. Anyway, what was I talking about? Oh, that's our guy. I don't need to shoot him with a rocket. Well, look, buddy. I didn't know. Anyway, suffice to say that PUBG is incredibly hard, and there's no way to fix it within the Battle Royale subgenre because it is the pure and ultimate implementation of a PvP type game, right? Nothing gets purer than, you know, if somebody lands a single shot on you, you're fucked, right? And so the idea of making a one-hit, one-kill game in the first place is already, you know, that fucking Tom Clancy Rainbow Six bullshit is already beyond a lot of people's ability and their desire, right? Because both are valid, right? And so obviously that's going to be very off-putting to a lot of people. And like I said, it's baked into the genre. There's nothing you can do about it without changing the genre. And so I think that from what I've seen of Tarkov, it seems like it is, to some extent, an attempt to shift that, where you don't need to kill everybody, but otherwise it is fairly close to... Sorry, one moment. Oh, fucking AFCIs. Let's not get into that. Yeah. Fucking AFCIs. Wait, can I spawn? Oh, shit. One moment. I have not been in a helicopter. Oh, no, dude, you can't do this to me. I was so lined up to fucking kill these guys, and then you had to fuck it up. God damn it. Dude, if you just fucking pressed R so we could rotate a little bit, I've been able to nail all those guys. But whatever. I'll kill them all anyway. Metallica voice. Come on, Fletch. Get him, Fletch. Yeah. Cody snap. Oh, we got a furry up here in the server. That's either very good or very bad. Come on, guys. Nope, he zorched his dude. Come on. Put him in a grave. Oh my god! Oh shit! Well, is that good or bad? I'm not sure. Okay. Anyway, oh, the other thing I should say about the AFCI breakers, and we're not going to get into this deep because it's just too tedious, is that the thing they're supposed to do to trip when there's arcs, they don't fucking do. I've had a bunch of actual, genuine, dangerous arcs since mine got installed. They don't detect them. It is a fundamentally bad technology. Stupid idea. Should be illegal. It became part of the electrical code entirely because of collusion and palm greasing, and that's a fact. You can look it up. Anyway. Where the fuck those bullets come from? That way? I guess they came... That guy just leave? Was he just like, no? I mean, I don't blame him, but was he? God, I wonder if that was him. I wasn't paying attention to names. I hear grunchy crunchy. Is that a tank? Do I hear a tonk? I feel like I hear a tonk. Oh, yeah. There's a tank there.
Explosive ready.
Come on. Oh. If they don't NG him, he's going to blow up. Come on. Drive over the other bomb. Drive over the other fucking mine. They're just back up a couple of feet. No, I think I done blew it. Yeah, no, I got it. I got that one. A funny current interrupt. Correct, yeah. Fucking AFCIs. Come on, I want to spawn. No, stop being in battle. I want to spawn. Wayma, I'm on the wolf. What's my KD? 10 to 6. Okay, that's not so bad. Constantly referring to my KD ratio as just being the unreduced numbers, right? Yeah, I have a 10 to 6 ratio right now. Oh, I'm gonna get ganked. Wait, Arthur. Okay, all right. We're still in it. We're so back. Okay, all right. Okay. Where the fuck was he? Oh, he's coming up the stairs. Okay. Okay. Ow. I love getting knocked down and repeating, oh, hey, Wiggles. Oh, glad you enjoyed. Boy, this is a cluster. I think there's a man behind this, there's a man behind that structure over there. Man, they are ass-alting this, okay, that's ours. Oh, I see one. Okay. Nope, that's my gentleman. Jesus! Mowing down the critics over here. How many ammos do I have left? Actually, I'm doing all right. Somebody must have dropped a bag up there. Oh, guess I'll go ahead and... All right. We took the shit out of that territory. Oh, shit. I didn't realize I did not realize that was a hot drop. Okay, I had no idea. I simply assumed. Oh, I forgot. You can't climb into the dumpsters. It's inconvenient. Got distracted by fire. And I don't mean bullets. Yeah, that's true. You do want to, like, honestly, you do want to have the numbers, both numbers. Getting one kill, then running off to hide in a remote corner of the map for the rest of the match to maintain your perfect ratio. Good one. Kyra, you're absolutely correct. That thing is sufficiently disgusting. I love it, but it's sufficiently disgusting that I will not impose it on chat. But yeah, they make a caulking gun for bleeding, and it's just caulking. It uses seaweed. Well, that's an LMG if I ever heard one. Bang, 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 bang. Does not stop. Oops. Wait, did that work? Oh, he got popped from another angle, I think. Or maybe that was my grenade that I got that assist on. Is he still alive? No, maybe not. Okay. All right. Well, fair enough. Oh, bullets. Oh, they're posted the fuck up there again. So let me go ahead and SMG snipe these guys, because again, as discussed, the SMG is almost as good as any rifle in the game. I saw a bunch of people in past episodes or past games. Nope, that's not our tank. Oopsies.
I need a medic.
I just want to direct everyone to the name of the guy. Well, he's left. Let's. Oh my God, there's a lot of like unreasonably horny player names on this. Beef Skillet isn't, but it really sounds like it should be. Rooster Rodburn is a porn name. My Sore Bone. What else we got? Dinosaur Satan is just a really good name, period. Big Bad Tonka, that one. Sex over the phone. I mean, okay, now they're just on the nose over here. Coconut Milker 69. These are hot topics, okay? Good Lord. Cauterize those wounds with the defib. It's not how that works. Not how any of this works. No, absolutely. I could 100% be Baltug Bro Game and no one would mind. But yeah, I was pointing out Clint the Clitoris down here. Great fucking name. We also have a foreskin on the other team. Holy hell. What? Chode of Odin. Wait a minute. Every single person on this fucking server has a stupid sex name. Are you kidding? It's the whole fucking server. I gotta say, that's a ratio. Meanwhile, see, we're losing because I was busy staring. That's their fucking strategy. We're losing because I was busy staring at the stupid names. Oh, once again, that's our tank. I did not need to shoot it. That, too, is our tank. It looks like there's mans in this building. Given everyone seems really mad at this building. Oh. Well, yeah, we're about to lose this one. I did not notice how poorly we were doing. Yeah, I mean, God, okay, there we go. There it is. There it is. Team was doing very poorly. Oof. Yeah, look at that. Just got fucking blasted. Sabertail, I don't think that gamer handles have changed over time at all. I think that yeah, I guess this is a Cord situation more than a Tada situation. Battlefield 2, the Pwned Life. God, is that ringing a bell? That might be ringing a bell. Yeah, I don't remember it, but I feel like I remember remembering it. Anyway, action battle royale. That's very funny. That's very funny. I like that. Anyway, to go back to my topic, because I'm still talking about Tarkov. It's the name of the stream. Okay, so I have to finish my opinions on this. the fundamental problem with PUBG is that it isn't fun unless you're really fucking good at it, and even then it's only fun very occasionally, and the rest of the time you're just sort of there waiting for it to get fun. Now, for what it's worth, you can say the same thing about Counter-Strike, for instance, right? Which isn't not a condemnation of Counter-Strike in the sense that, CS is extremely unapproachable, and they like it that way. And that's fine, right? But it is frustrating when there's a new game and you can't play it because it's only intended for people who are willing to put 1,000 billion hours into it, right? We agree on all these points, etc., etc. So, having said all that, I thought I already had a mag catch. I didn't have a mag catch? Huh. Green laser? Green laser too. Fuck it, yeah. I do like getting the laser so I can get the extra hip-fire accuracy. That's very useful. There we go. I should look more at my loadout shortly, because I've gotten a lot of upgrades. Thank you, Halogen Vintage Imaging, for that excellent... I like that I put the now playing in exactly the right spot so that it can span the entire screen, and people keep sending now playings that are very, very long, but just fit within the space. So I would describe the basic concept of the extraction shooter as what if PUBG was not so deeply intimidating, and I think that is a really cool idea. And the reason that I think it's not going to happen is because this genre got attacked by corporate committee designs so quickly that before there was a chance for most people to ever see one of these games, which I think is still the case at this point. Like, wait, we're on a new server, and the game now there's just a guy named Footlong Shaft. Motherfucker, the horny names are getting even more intense. I don't feel safe over here. Before the genre had a chance to even exist, right? Tarkov would be the PUBG of this genre, and it's still not available to the overwhelming majority of people, right? And so it's going to finally come out. It would be like if PUBG came out like when we were already 2 years into the Battle Royale hype, right? So I think it's going to drop into a market that's already sick of hearing about extraction shooters and how they're the new thing, that, oh, you're playing them, right? While there's nothing yet to play, right? We've been getting told that this is the thing you're missing out on, but I don't think there's really anything... You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think that you can... I don't think you can play these yet. I don't think they're really a thing yet. And yet we've been hearing about how they're the new thing. And so it's like all this sort of pre-hype for this genre that barely exists, if it exists at all, is already doing tremendous damage to people's ability to give a shit about it because they've been hearing about it for so fucking long. And it's just been an irrelevancy the entire time. You know, you're just hearing about how, oh, everything's an extraction shooter now, while that is materially not happening. And so whether you like it or, whether you're interested in the genre or not, it just simply isn't relevant, but it's hyper-saturated in, news coverage. And then the the PUBG of the genre, Tarkov itself, is going to enter public access and, in my opinion, is going to be unfucking playable for the vast majority of newbies. I was talking about this earlier. I think the game is going to be tuned towards the people who've been playing it for 6 years and will be utterly inaccessible and not very fun. And then, exactly. We're already applying terms like slop to it. We haven't even seen it yet, right? With the exception of, this marathon thing, which, I don't even need to share my opinions on that, right? We all know the score, right? The post-mortem on this from the people who... I remember Jeff Gerstmann, I think it was, remarked earlier that there's a lot of people at leaving game studios or at game studios that are doing silly shit and saying we're gonna have a lot of stories to tell when the NDAs run out. Not about this topic, but just like about a lot of things, I think. And yeah, I think we're very much in an era of, boy, in 15 years, those of us who are still alive are going to get to read some hilarious stories on Gamma Sutra. No, I'm not calling it GameDeveloper.com. God, imagine throwing away such a good fucking name. I mean, I get why they did it because of the comfort level, but they didn't need to change it to GameDeveloper.com, okay? It was uncalled for. That was a fucking own goal if I've ever seen one. Oh! Excellent. An own goal and an unforced error. Okay, once again, I've got a fucking 3-to-1... no, I'm sorry. More than that. I'm bad at basic arithmetic. What is 10 divided by 3? No, that is, yeah, about the 3-to-1, right? Just about a little bit more. Yeah. No, I'm not that stupid. Yeah, the closed alpha was in 2016, and it's still in closed alpha. From what I understand, it's been in closed alpha for 6 fucking years. 8 years? Something like that. And so it's finally going to come out. And then, yeah, I think it's just going to be totally busted. I think it'll be unfucking playable. So that's going to damn the genre to begin with, because its flagship, what's supposed to be its flagship, I think is going to be a mess and inaccessible. And then when you go, well, okay, what else is there? You're going to see shit like Marathon, which we all know is going to be soulless garbage. Like, I seem to recall that... like, some sort of playable alpha beta of Marathon came out and was just, like, deeply reviled by everybody who saw it. And, you know, that could be... That's not necessarily... Because we had been shitting on this for what, a year? Right? Before... Like, the moment this got announced, every single person who was the least bit cognizant of the video game industry as a phenomenon and not just purely as a consumer, everybody with an editorial opinion in their head immediately said, what soulless, bloodless, empty-suited garbage is this? Except they said it a lot meaner. And we all know exactly what the score is. That is very much like... That game is made entirely out of VPs. The entire game is made of executives. It's compressed executive piss, crystallized into a solid form, and so it could be, you know, shipped. I feel sorry for every single person working on it. It is literally impossible to create good art within the context of what they are being forced to do. So everything is predetermined here. It's all preordained. We know exactly what this is going to look like. It will not be good. And it is going to get a AAA marketing blitz that is going to not only are people already sick of hearing about it, I think. Like, I don't think anybody cares about this game. I don't think anybody was going to care about this game. I don't think it matters if they knew what Marathon was before. I don't think it matters if they're mad about it. I think that they have oversaturated everybody on this game by acting as though they were... It's the thing where if you're going to act as though everyone's going to love the thing you're going to make, you better be right. You know? Because otherwise you're just standing there telling people things that aren't true, and they know it, and they're mad at you about it. Because you are putting words in their mouth, right? And so there are absolutely plenty of examples where, you know, marketing people have been able to make ads that just say, like, just immediately milk the idea that you're going to be playing this game to the exclusion of all other activities, and they've been able to nail it, right? But then if you fail at that, if you say, this is the newest sound of the summer, and then it isn't, boy, you got egg on your face. That's going to do much worse damage to the game's performance than if you had just said, here's a video game, and not been a big weird chode about it. And so, you know, they are going to give it a AAA marketing push. They are going to tell you that John Romero is going to make you his bitch. They are going to do all these terrible things, and then the game is going to be less than nothing. It's going to be just there will be no way to prove archaeologically that this game existed. There won't even be screenshots of it. This is going to be one of those things where they release the game and then literally 2 weeks in they shut the servers down. It's going to be that fucking bad. Assuming the game is even still coming out. At this point, I don't even know. They could have canceled it. I don't know. And that's when the cancellation frenzy is going to start in earnest. We're going to find out that an enormous number of AAA studios have been working on these for months. And sorry, nose itchy. Holy hell. We're going to find out that an enormous number of AAA studios have been doing this for months, and then are either very quietly or very loudly going to cancel those projects, and a lot of work will be wasted, a lot of people will be fired, and so on and so forth. So Yeah, I mean that's what this looks like. This is just a disaster on every fucking level. And the real fucking shame of it is that I think it has nothing to do with the merits
Each donation, every single time I go to the Tarkov, it's not
That's
working.
good.
Every single time. And I go to the Tarkov and it's not working.
And it's
.it
not work-
doesn't
and
work.
it doesn't work.
I go to the Tarkov every single time I go and it's not
And it's
working.
not working.
I go to the Tarkov, doesn't work. .it not working.
Perfect. Thank you. Very good. Very good. Very good. Yeah. And so I think that of all the things that I've been privy to in my time on this earth,
Need a medic!
it's really funny how many. I mean, okay, I'm just gonna Google this real quick and make sure that I'm not wrong about this. But no, I'm pretty sure this game is not out. Yeah, no, in development per the wiki page.
Goodbye.
Yeah, this game. Have a good night, Ibanez. This game has been in early access for 8 fucking years, and it's funny, and it's fun. That's the thing, right? This is exactly what I'm talking about. It is a Galapagos phenomenon. You can't do this. Nobody does this. Nobody does it this way because it's nuts to do it this way, right? This is a game that has had the cultural profile of a title that's been out so long that you're sick of hearing about it. This thing has the cultural profile of Dota 2 in like 2018, right? You're just like, okay, no, we already all decided whether we were or weren't going to play that. The difference is typically, like, it's not necessarily that you consciously decided not to play that game. It was never placed in front of you. You've never had an opportunity to say no. In order to, because of the way the modern games market works, the storefront, back in the day, if it was like the day, if it was Clive Barker's Undying, all right, that we were talking about, then you'd say, okay, I went to the game store. I went to the EB Games. I went to the fucking Walmart, whatever it is that stocks PC games near me, and I saw Clive Barker's Undying on the shelf, and I picked it up and I turned it over and I looked at the back and I said, no, I'm not going to play that. This isn't that, right? Because this game has never appeared on the front page of your Steam store. It has never appeared on GOG. It has never appeared on any of the places where you buy games. So for all intents and purposes, this game doesn't exist. This game exists as much as an itch.io game. All right? In order to play this, in order to decide to play this, you would have had to go out of your way. You would have had to Google it, go to their website, find out what silly bullshit they're talking about, exactly how all this works, what exactly it is that you're being offered here, and then choose to opt in. I mean, it's just truly bizarre by the standards of modern game marketing to run it like this. Just incredibly strange. And so as a result, despite the fact that you have arguably never been given an opportunity to play this game, you still feel the way you do about a game that you have been ignoring and choosing not to play for years. And that is just like, what a catastrophe of marketing. It's not vaporware. You can go play it if you want. Nothing stops you from playing it. The game exists. We could be playing Tarkov 5 minutes from now. I can download the game and play it. It's $60. But it's $60 that I'm throwing it, or it was the last I checked. It's $60 that I'm throwing at some random company to download an EXE off their website, which is, yes, that's fine. That's a perfectly valid way to do things. Just the point is that, like, that's not how we do things anymore. And so from your perspective, from the average person and even the above average person's perspective in terms of being hooked into game news, this is something that you feel like, oh yeah, Tarkov, that keeps coming up on the front page of Steam and then I don't click buy it every single time. But that's not true. Maybe if the game had been placed in front of you, you would have clicked buy it. Maybe if there had been an alpha that you'd been invited to, you could have decided to decline or accept. You don't know, but you feel like you already said no to it. So I feel that they've already fucked the market before the market ever existed, and that the knock-on effects from that have doomed this genre before it ever existed. And I just think that's such a fucking shame. And, like, the quip that I made to Daria the other night about this was that I think the problem, part of the problem here, is actually that even if we want to look at this in terms of being a genre that could be a thing, a genre that has an audience out there that's, you know, raring to go if only they were given the opportunity to, you know, if there is a market that will, you know, if you build it, they will come. I don't think there's very many of them. I don't think there's enough people. I think this is a niche. This is a niche genre, and I think that at its best, there was just not going to be a lot of people who wanted to play this compared to other genres, and so I think that it could have sustained a AAA. Sorry. Chord is a diet sad horn. Exactly. That's why I created it, because I needed something exactly like that. Something that would be, you know, where you could play a sound that made it sound like I had fucked up, but that did not mean that the stream had no audio, right? Right, hang on a second. I'm not used to helicoptering. I got to get my fucking I got to get my bearings here. I'm looking for gentlemen. I wonder if that... I think that white thing meant we were taking fire, but just like small arms fire. I'm not sure. What is this? I'm not sure what this helicopter is doing. Looking for enemies. Jesus. Well, this is... How do people do this? Like, this is done in the real world. I guess the chopper pilots are probably usually a little less... they're probably a little more stable than this. I did actually watch a... I came across a video on YouTube some time back that was actually like a GoPro head or chest rig camera of a guy doing exactly this, like in live fire, like over in Iraq. It was pretty fucked up, but... also, yeah, no, that's a hard fucking job. I'm astonished they can fucking hit anything. Because the bird is just moving all over the goddamn place. You know, I don't know if you can let it rip, because generally speaking in this game, mounted machine guns have a heat level meter, and if you just lean on it, they'll overheat. That's typically how
50 donation.
50 donation. Thank you. That's typically how this sort of game prevents you from just leaning on it indefinitely. And I was a bit too preoccupied to look for the heat meter, so I don't 100% know that that's what they were doing, but I'd be shocked if they weren't. Well, someone's up there. I think I'm being ass-alted, but I don't see from where. Anyway, so the thing I was saying is that basically I think that this market can't support multiple AAA games. I don't think you can make multiple AAA extraction shooters. I think you could make one, and I think that there's room for a AA or single A or indie option to succeed. In other words, I think that the peak of extraction shooters could be a thing. I think that if there's going to be a success in this field, it's going to be a game that looks like fucking Dusk. You know, I think it's going to have, like, at most 500 polygons on screen. Not because that's actually essential to its success, but because that's the sort of thing that would get made at an indie level, realistically. And, hey, you know, it could be fucking great, right? But, yeah, I do think the way that it's envisioned right now, where the industry very obviously believes that they can make this work with a huge... just an absolute rush of AAA games that look exactly like this. No. I think that ship sailed years ago. Oh my God, there's a man here. I found him. So yeah, thank you for being here for 3 hours so that I could finish my opinion on Tarkov. Sorry, Malik. Let me decode what you. It's surprising that games that require study of game mechanics don't usually appeal to games that require study of theory of what the game represents in the real life. I'm sorry. I think you probably have a good point there, but I am having a little bit of trouble with the syntax. Triple B. Players of games. Oh, okay. That require study of theory what the game represents. I'm still not 100% sure what you mean, but I think it is weird. It's weird what gets popular. I'll tell you that much. All right, let's say that. You know, one thing that I think we can all agree on is that it's fucking weird what gets popular, and even if we can tell after the fact and we can say like, oh, here's why it happened, it's so fucking hard to say ahead of time what is going to pop off. And I think honestly that's why we're having so much. That's why we're having such a bad time with this specific situation. Is the idea that somebody tried to be a hit maker here, you know, well, several somebodies really are trying to be hit makers here. I think that the problem with being a hit maker in the field of I think the problem with being a hit maker, trying to be a hit maker in the field of video games, is that first off, I mean, it's already just not a sure thing, right? Boy, that's so fucking loud. I mean, it's supposed to be, but still. Okay, that's as much as I can shoot before I overheat. Which is honestly pretty good. That's a lot of bullets. Oh, okay. I think they might have shot our pilot. So yeah, in like when you're talking about music, when you're talking about movies, the things that make people like them are less personal, right? When you like a video game, if you really enjoy a video game, certainly enough to spend, you know, big money on it, you know, $60 or, you know,
Free
ongoing
donation. Video games. Free donation.
When you like a video game enough to spend money on it and commit your time to it, it means that, like, it effectively means that it's fucking perfect, right? It's dialed in flawlessly to the stuff to the feelings that you want to have. And part of that is because games take up so much of your time to play. You know, a movie, a TV show, you're talking about, you know, 45 minutes to 2 hours, and then you're out, right? And you can do something else. It's not much of a commitment. With a video game, to get your $60 worth, you got to put in dozens of hours much of the time, and sometimes longer. And so you're asking a lot. And for somebody to want to put that much time into it, the dopamine flow has to be uninterrupted for shockingly long periods. And so you're asking somebody to, hey, you know, put your money into this, make this your life to some extent. You know, it doesn't matter if you're not, even if you don't consider yourself a lifer per se, even if you don't think of yourself as, you know, one of those hardcore assholes who's, you know, playing 1,000 hours of this per, you know, whatever. Damn. Oh, he saw me do that. Well, his gunner saw me anyway. The point is that just like the consumption of, am I at E? I think I'm at E, and I think E is being contended. Or am I at F? I guess I could check the fucking map. Oh my god, where am I? Oh, I'm at nothing. Oh, I'm at soup. Oh, okay, one of the, I didn't even realize the fucking objective disappeared. Or maybe it never was an objective. Yeah, I'm paying attention. I'm a great asset to my team. It would be wonderful. Oh, no! I was going to say, it'd be wonderful to get a fucking, get a fucking vehicle kill here. Okay, alright. Okay, we get Zorch. That was like 3 different fucking medics trying to tag me at once. Oh god, oh no. Now I'm dead. Nope, still with it. And the thing is, like, yeah, God, I was up for 1 second. Oh, okay. I see. Tata. I only play games on Flat Hub. because games are so personal, because they're so dialed into, because they depend so much on what satisfies you, right? That doesn't mean that they're highly personalized. It doesn't mean that every game is for a certain special somebody. Look, I'm enjoying this game, okay? They designed that. The people who made this figured out how to make something that would satisfy me based on their knowledge of the way that I am, that is much the way that many other people are. And I don't believe, I'm absolutely not somebody to say that nobody else is quite like me, right? But nonetheless, people are definitely broken into groups, and in one group, this game is deeply unappealing to you, right? And it's different from a movie, for instance, where you can have a movie that's maybe not your favorite thing, but still okay, and you'll consume it, and you won't regret spending, $8 to $25 to do so. The barrier to entry, or sorry, the commitment that it asks is just so much lower, and you don't need the entire movie to be satisfying, right? Parts can be good, other parts can be not so good, and it does. Oh, I see. It just doesn't have to be perfectly satisfying all the time. And so in order to be a video game hit maker, you need to come up with a game that is going to be constantly and endlessly satisfying to an enormous swath of people. That's a really hard thing to do, and there's a really high probability that you're going to fail. Just statistically, it ain't likely that you figured it out. And of course, obviously, there's, we've seen a lot of mispredictions in this industry.
Medic!
Right, right, yeah, a movie. Well, a movie has a very finite time commitment. TV series are different. and you know what? I think that's actually a very good point. That the current state, the current landscape of television is, in some senses, like the landscape of the video game industry, in the sense that it's very much an all or nothing proposition, where you're either going to put the production companies are going to put their all into it, or they're going to completely abandon it and refuse to produce it, because they're asking so much of their audience that they know if it's not a slam dunk, then it's nothing. And I don't know if this is supported by evidence, but I think it's easier to make a successful movie than a successful TV show in a lot of senses.
Goodbye.
Because you're asking so little of the audience in comparison. And so, wow, I can't believe that fucking worked. I actually got a splash damage kill with the fucking rocket. That never happens. It was a really good moment for it too, because we're probably gonna lose this fucking mission, but still, like, oh, that's my guy. God damn it. Thought I had a really good angle on, oh, yep, there we go. Womp womp. All right, have a good night, Richard.
Prince 0 skill issue. Josie Wan, GG.
Yeah, God.
Arania _ Lycaris, we go next. Arania
Yeah,
it's not ranked.
right. Fucking learning curve, right? I think that, and recorded music is even recorded music is even lower stakes, right? Because you're talking about 3 minutes, right? You can't get somebody to accidentally watch a movie. You can maybe get somebody to accidentally watch an episode of a TV show. It could just happen because they were sitting somewhere and it was on and they happened to get involved in it. But with the way that modern TV shows are structured, the vast majority of them now, you like, if you're sitting in like the fucking dentist's waiting room and they've got like, I don't know what TV shows are on at this point. I haven't watched TV in eons, but front load washing machine. Glad we got the winners on our team. If you're sitting in a fucking dentist's waiting room and there's an episode of modern TV drama, you're not going to know what the fuck is going on. And what you're mostly going to see is that sounds great, Wiggles. I wish I had Pagliacci. Holy hell. What you're going to see is this vague. God, I'm trying. Okay, I used to be really good at this. I'm trying to. Can I put together one of these fake scripts in my head real quick? 'Cause I used to be really good at mimicking the sort of dialogue you hear in the middle of a movie. Right? It's the sort of, you've got two characters and they're just like standing in a room real close to one another, and one of them is going like, "Well then, that's all there is to it, isn't there?" And the other one is like, "Unless something changes, then that's all there can be to it." And you're sitting there like, this is nothing. Nothing is going on right now. This is an unmovie. This is an anti-film. No, like, this isn't a script, right? You're just watching two people have a conversation that is entirely dependent on events you didn't see. And this has always been a problem with, more with stuff in the dramatic genre than not. And by dramatic, I mean like the prestige drama sort of energy, right? If you walk into the middle of any episode of any show that is, if you will, taking itself that fucking seriously, you're not going to know what the fuck is going on, no matter how serialized it is, and it's always been this way, right? And they don't really make stuff that's sort of high concept anymore that is worth a shit, where you could just walk in the middle of it. So anyway, if you hear a song on the fucking radio, you can just go, "Oh, it's got a good beat." You could da, 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 right? Episodic TV, I think, is over. I think it's dead. I could be wrong about this, but I'm pretty sure that it's pretty much a thing of the past. And so, whether it's good or bad, whether you like it or not doesn't matter. The point is just that things have changed, and it's very, very hard to commit to a TV show at this point unless you are ready to cede yourself to it, right? Because it's not, if you want to watch a TV show, it's okay, where am I going to find 35 hours to find out what the first season is? 25 hours. You get my meaning. Before I can decide whether this is something I want to watch, because the first season, the first season is now the first episode. That's just where they start setting things up. Weapon. Oh, God.
Weapon.
I better get out of here or they're going to get my ass. Was that them getting my ass? Well, it's been getting his ass. So yeah, I think at this point, being a hitmaker is hard as hell with a lot of these media formats, because you're asking so much of the audience, right? And so it's like the
Goodbye.
Hang on a second. Who said goodbye? Oh, you know what? I forgot to set up a... okay, on the one hand, I forgot to set up a message that plays when you redeem goodbye, but you know what? We don't even need one. We don't even need one, because that one's free anyway. It doesn't charge you anything. And also, it would just fill up chat, so fuck it. Anyway. A song asks you to commit 3 minutes and nothing more. A TV show asks you to commit 24 hours. A video game asks you to commit a bare minimum of 40. Right? And so the further away from actual, original definition hit making that you get, the less likely it is that you can actually decide what you think the public, you know, is on a large scale going to go for. You know, it's really hard to design something and say like, oh yeah, I think that, you know, millions of people are going to be willing to spend 35 hours of their life on this to find out if they like it, right? And with TV shows, you know, with dramatic TV shows, to get that deeply invested, right? Because oh wait, just nobody had captured this one, or was it just like perfectly neutral when everyone got killed? Like, what the fuck? Okay, well, somebody's here. Emily. Oh, there he is. Okay. All right, I guess I captured that one. Sure, I'll take the creds. Guess I don't need the grenade. Got his silly ass. Okay, tank. That's our tank, all right.
Our control of Delta has been lost.
Thank you. I appreciate the Tata. Big American Tata.wave. Hell yeah. Wow. After a couple of bad games, perhaps we're ready for a good game. Oh, I thought there was a dude right next to me. I took that risk because I thought there was a dude right next to me who could rev me. Oh well. Steve, there's a link in the extended pinned message to the site with the redeems on it. You gotta go through a little process. Man, is there a fellow in that building? No, it's my fellow. Okay. Bullets? Who's shooting? Building fall down. Ow, 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 ow. On fire now? Oh, tank. Okay, I'm not getting revved then. I think we should make good games. That's my opinion. I think we should be better if we make good games. Oh, come on. That was lag. I got lagged. All right, meme. You got me, right, meme? Nope, meme is just leaving. Okay, that's fair. Wow, Ben, leave my chat. Don't be in the chat room. Woohoo! Wow. I'm sorry. That's just an illegal opinion to have. I think you should go to jail. Sorry, not sorry.
Attention, move to attack the marked objective.
Ain't nobody here. We ain't seen shit. Wow, just nope. There's nothing. Game over. Now everyone left. Everyone's gone to the fucking rapture, apparently. Finally, soldiers.
Kill the majority of objectives. Keep it up, and we'll take more ground. Frag grenade out!
Weapon.
That's a tank. Oh god, that is a tank.
Need a medic!
Okay, very good, very good, very good. Holy hell. That's what tanks are for.
Hostile troops have secured more objectives. Light armored vehicles prepared and ready to go.
The weapon sound is from Half-Life Full Life Consequences, which
Enemies are attacking objectives.
culture. Big fan of culture over here. I'm a big fan of the guy rushing in here past my mines, which are specifically going to interfere with his tank that's right over there. But I don't know. Maybe he's new. I mean, okay, like, sorry, Ben, I don't mean to be rude. I'm being hyperbolic because, come on, I mean, that's the thing you do when you're a fan of something. But the thing is that yes, he is a stage actor. So is everybody else on Star Trek. They always have been. Like that's the thing, is that Star Trek isn't film. It's black box theater. Like you could do the whole thing without the sets and it would still play. They really genuinely, like, an awful lot of an awful lot of Star Trek talent across the series are come from the stage, and the whole thing is like these highly exaggerated sort of Shakespearean. There is actually a quote from, I want to say it was Patrick Stewart, who said that they were excited to be on Star Trek once they realized, what it was, because it let them do Shakespearean acting. It's this, exaggerated, sweeping your arms everywhere kind of, I don't know the right terminology, but you get what I'm talking about, right? Like, there's very little subtlety to it. There's not supposed to be. Everybody on Star Trek talks in these weird, clipped, inorganic styles of speech, and emotions are exaggerated, or in a lot of cases muted. Everybody's given the emotional intelligence of like a 12-year-old because it's it's theater. They're making very broad points using very broad there's no subtext. There's no subtext in the whole thing. It's all right there on the fucking page, right? So, no, it isn't good television, but it's not television. I don't think it ever was. And to the extent that, Star Trek the original series is unfortunately not what I think a lot of people remember it to be. It was more like the original series at the time looked, compared to what else was on television, looked like a lot more than it was. It was remarkable because it was doing something that nobody thought you could do and get away with. And it was very exciting as a prospect, but when you go back and watch it now, it's pretty crappy. Which is, far be it for me to say. I've watched the whole fucking thing so many times, I can't stand it anymore because I already know all the episodes by heart. The thing is, though, that saturation happens very quickly because the original series is very, very broad. It's very, very, again, it's entirely on the superliminal. The whole thing is on the superliminal. There's no subtlety to it at all because that's not what they're doing over there. And so I think that makes the difference, is that, yeah, see, that whole Geordi thing with the holodeck waifu, I thought was simultaneous. I thought it was great science fiction, it was great science fiction, which everybody poo-pooed up until the moment it started happening in the real world. Now, we ain't heard from the people making fun of the Geordi waifu episode in a bit, have we? Because it turns out that there's a certain type of nerd that gets got by that very hard. And so, yeah, maybe there was value in thinking about the question of what if you could take a real person and turn them into a virtual waifu, and what would that mean? Should you make it illegal? Should you shame that person? How do you get them out to realize that what they're doing might not be healthy, and is it, and whatnot? There was a lot on the page there that they could not possibly have known was going to become relevant. But that's a particularly good example, right? That I think people have been too harsh on that episode because, yeah, it seems preposterous. And then we watched it happen, and it turns out it wasn't very preposterous. It's just that people were being a little too, well, that I would never do that, so it's irrelevant. Oh, it's ridiculous. Nobody would ever act like that. No, maybe you wouldn't act like that. A lot of people would. And maybe we should be thinking about what that says about us. Maybe we should be thinking about, what is the purpose of science fiction other than to pose the question, if we took people as they exist now and put them in a situation that is currently impossible, what would come out of that would tell us things about the human condition and about what, It turns out that maybe, just maybe, that episode accidentally... Yeah, we're talking about AI girlfriends. Come on. No, there's a lot. It's many. It is very common. It is a huge problem. And have you not heard of this? There's a lot of people who are letting their AI waifus pretty much control their whole lives. And it's going to get worse before it gets better, if it gets better at all. And I think that the tendencies, the you know, whatever it is that would make somebody want to do that, whatever it is that would be appealing about that, the emotional, the unserved and unaddressed emotional needs that would cause somebody to be vulnerable in that way existed in 1992 as they do now. They must have, or that episode couldn't have
3
existed.
donation. D-Don 3 Don the donation. This is my last post of the night. Hope the cats do good.
I cannot decode the beginning of that, but thank you for the dono. I assume you were trying to spell Udon's name. I'm just going to assume that. I think that the Star Trek Voyager episode, several of the Star Trek Voyager episodes, but a number of the Star Trek Voyager episodes that deal with the holographic doctor, as well as a number of the TNG episodes that deal with robots and their freedoms and lack thereof, have ended up being relevant, not in terms of we do not actually have real AI. We do not need to worry about whether a robot should have, at this juncture, right? We do not need to worry about whether we are denying rights to the AIs. What we should be asking is, should we want the things that we are trying to get out of this? That's the thing that bothers me. That's the thing that bugs me about AI. You can stand here and say, look, it doesn't really matter what people are doing with these things because, they're not sentient and whatnot. But the problem is that there are an awful lot of people out there who I think are thrilled that they now have a machine that has the abilities of a human being, but no free will. Maybe you shouldn't want that. Maybe it's a problem that you want that. It doesn't matter if you found a way to achieve it that isn't technically immoral. It's still kind of wanting a lobotomized slave a little bit, in my opinion. And we could really get into a fight about that one, right? But my point is that maybe that's something we should be examining anyway. And I think that show took steps towards examining that decades before it was possible. It managed to, oh God fucking damn it. It managed to ask these questions long before they were relevant. And so I've been thinking about this for a very long time. There was the episode about Data, Measure of a Man, but there was also the late season one that I think a lot of people don't respect. That was about the little they built the little maintenance robots, and then they got too intelligent and they started refusing to do things because they didn't want to get destroyed in the process. And I thought that was actually a better episode than Measure of a Man because it addressed the question of where is the point where we start saying that something is alive enough that we shouldn't ask it to sacrifice itself. We obviously all agree that a handful of transistors is not deserving of a chance at life, and we don't need to ask its permission or worry about whether it's, this, that, or the other thing. Duh. But how sophisticated would it need to get before we were mandated by our ethics to care about that? And I think the bigger question, the one that didn't get raised in that episode, but I think we have to address now, is, okay, suppose we do figure out a way to build something that we can be absolutely certain has no desire to protect itself. Should we feel good about ourselves that we did that? That we made something that is, if we gave it a different instruction, it would be capable of worrying about its own demise, but we didn't give it that instruction. Is that any different from lobotomizing something so that it no longer cares about its destruction? If we had the ability to delete the sense of self-preservation from a human being, that wouldn't change anything, right? Right? We'd agree that's immoral. Right? And so, Data is very obviously a guy, and to an extent, Measure of a Man was absurd. But, again, we do science fiction, we do, the absurd, because it allows us to explore things that are very difficult to see when there's too much subtlety, right? When you take somebody who's obviously you would look at data and say, oh, that's a human being except for the weird skin. You'd have to be told that he's a machine. You would never guess it, even from his behavior, right? I've known friends who acted like data. But if you have been told on paper that no, he's a machine, he's not a human being, then it gives you the ability to ask, okay, what if someone took that literally? What if someone tried to ask the legal question? Well, if legally, if in a technical scientific sense, he's not a sapient creature, but rather a thinking machine, does that mean we have the right to disassemble him without his consent? Now, obviously, I think it would be very unlikely that scenario would ever happen in the real world exactly as it played out there, because I think just about any judge would look at that situation and go, come on, get out of here. Leave. This is stupid. But science fiction allows us to pose such an absurd question and explore our feelings on complicated topics that way, right? And if that's me putting too much juice in Star Trek's particular cup, then so be it. But I thought it was poignant. It made me think about shit, right? But not nearly so much as... And again, I should point out that episode I liked when I was a kid. And then when I grew up, I liked the episode about the exocomps a lot more. I mean, I still love Measure of a Man. I mean, are you fucking kidding? But the point is that I found the other episode with the non-humanoid robots that couldn't talk to say a lot more that I found interesting and relevant. And I think that without that, I wouldn't have come to any of the conclusions that that I have independently on any of this stuff. For instance, like I said, and don't take this as a condemnation of anybody here. Okay, if you use AI, I don't think you support slavery, but I do think that you have to examine your feelings on it. I think it would be stupid not to. I think it would be destructive for us not to ask the question: is this satisfying a need, a desire that we really honestly should not allow to be satisfied? Should we not feel great about this? Maybe I'm wrong, but I think it's time to start having those conversations before it becomes a lot more relevant. Because what happens if this thing does get out of control? Not in the sense that, like, I don't think they're ever going to achieve. I don't think we're ever going to achieve general purpose AI. I don't think it's possible. Not with the technology we have, not with our understanding of things, and not under capitalism. But we don't know what's going to happen. Something could happen. We could end up in a situation where now we do have a bunch of robots that we have to acknowledge maybe have feelings about things, are acting too much like they have feelings about things to just summarily say, no, it's just a fucking computer program. I don't think that's likely, but if it does happen, are we prepared for it? Are we actually prepared to have that conversation about the morality of it? And I think that we can't do that unless we are prepared to ask why we wanted this in the first place. I think it says a tremendous amount about us that we would like to have functionally sapient things that do not have any free will. That worries the shit out of me, that we would want that. It feels like we're just replaying slavery again. And, maybe not in its effects, but certainly in our in what we want to get out of it. And it started bugging me, and it won't stop bugging me. Well, I mean, that's the thing. Like, to me, general purpose AI is something that passes the Turing test. I can't tell it's not a human being, right? We don't have that. That doesn't exist. They all fall down. They all fall apart. Every single one of them, and they're going to continue to fall down because they don't actually think in any way that we can identify or recognize. And we know for a fact they're not thinking. We know what they're actually doing under the hood is not thinking. And I think the Skynet, scenario is not likely. The one where we just sort of blink and oops, it accidentally figured out how to realize itself. But I don't think it's impossible. I think at this point we've seen enough weird shit that I don't know. We might get into a situation where all of a sudden somebody is standing there saying, here's this thing that it seems to be thinking, and we can't say no, even though we know it really shouldn't be, that should not be the outcome. We can't be 100% sure that we won't be in a really difficult situation where we don't know what the right answer is. And I don't think we're ready. I don't think we're ready to address that. And perhaps more importantly, like I said, I don't think we're going to need to. I don't think it's likely that we're going to actually be in that situation. But I think the fact that we know for a fact that we are not emotionally ready as a society to deal with that if it did happen, despite the fact that an enormous number of people think it already has and are happy about it. That, I think, is what bothers me, is the number of people that are like, the number of people that are just dumb, the number of people that are just extremely wrong about this, and like, no, it's thinking, it's definitely thinking, and I can get it to do whatever I want. And I'm like, okay, so you have a thing that you believe is capable of a human level of consciousness and understanding, and you're thrilled that it'll do whatever you want? That's not hot. That's not great. That's not a good look, man. Did you listen to yourself just now? It's pretty fucked up, I think. God, I haven't seen Bicentennial Man. Maybe. I don't know, have I seen it? I don't know. Like, that's the thing, right? Is like, I think a lot. This is the thing I think a lot about. It's not, it's the fucking, like, Greek philosophers versus, stacking baby blocks image, right? Yes, I do believe that I have a better understanding of this than an enormous number of people who don't know shit about shit. That's concerning, but perhaps the more concerning thing is that they believe this, and then what do they do with that knowledge? Yeah, I mean, we're on year 1,000,000 of people writing stories that ask you to think about this stuff, right? And I think the problem with it is twofold. I think one of them, and I think this is true of pretty much all fiction that deals with philosophical topics. There's two issues with it. The first one is the idea that someone will watch it and go, boy, I'm glad I don't have to deal with that problem, while utterly failing to think about any ways that it might be analogous to things that they are dealing with. Because the Star Trek episode Measure of a Man is not about the question of whether androids are sentient. That was not the question you were supposed to think about. I mean, some people would say that, well, it's just TV, it's only supposed to entertain you, but if that were the case, then it would just be a baby mobile. A bunch of spaceships fly around and shoot at each other, right? Why bother? There's no reason to ask the philosophical question unless you actually want people to think about it. And the writers on that show that is what they were doing, okay? They were putting their back into it. So that's moot. Let's not get off in that tangent. The question that you were being asked to think about there is, why are you so certain that you know what who deserves free will? Just spoken very broadly. They asked the question, wow. Holy shit! Punch for punch, I got his ass. They asked the question very clearly in that episode. Why am I sentient? Prove to the court that I am sentient, and the guy can't do it. And this is, of course, fucking baby steps bullshit. This is fucking, you're overthinking it. It's not that deep. This is baby steps bullshit, right? This is philosophy 101. It's literally some of the first questions that are asked in formal education on this, right? So I don't think I've discovered anything here, and I don't think that Star Trek is breaking new ground, okay? But for an awful lot of people, they never have asked a question like that. And so, you can think of it as, pop philosophy if you want, but I think that pop scientists have done a lot of very good work. I think that they have made people think more scientifically, and that is a good thing. I think that Bill Nye the Science Guy is ultimately a force of good And I think that I've heard people say that they think the Mythbusters are responsible for helping people think more scientifically, and I don't know that I agree with that. I don't really like the way they go about their quote-unquote experiments. Never did. But they would like... Certainly, the people themselves constituting the Mythbusters think that that's what they're doing, or thought that that's what they were doing, and were proud of themselves for that. You know, that's what they want. That's certainly what they wanted to happen. It's what they were trying to make happen, and you have to respect that. You know, the fact that they were trying to get people to think more about things, and to not, you know, to ask, like, can we answer questions? Not, you know, yes, these ones are about questions that quote unquote don't matter, but it's a demonstration of the fact that you can ask a question that's even an absurd question, and perhaps you can come up with a way to test it, right? It would be great if more people thought about those, about that kind of question, because maybe the silly, like, oh, you know, could you make a lead balloon that would actually float? Maybe by realizing that question can be answered, you then realize that many more important questions can be answered rather than assuming
Fell
that you...
asleep and then woke up for midnight snack. You were still streaming.
Hang on.
That deserves something, and of course there's 2 of them, and that isn't cheap.
Oh, there's an anti-aircraft gun popping off over there. Right, yeah, you know, your Carl Sagans and your fucking... God damn it. Your Carl Sagans, etc., are responsible for an awful lot of people thinking more about stuff that we know for a fact you can just not think about. You can go your whole life not thinking about things. So it's always good when people think about things. This, I think we can concur on. And so, yeah, I think that even if Star Trek was doing remedial philosophy, I think that it probably did get a lot of people to think about questions they otherwise never would have. And that can't be a bad thing. But the problem with... Damn it, almost had a takedown on that guy. The problem with it is, well, it's the Fight Club issue, right? The number of people who got really mad at Fight Club because they thought that it was literal, and then the number of people who did take it literally, it's two different Venn diagram circles, but they are precisely the same size and did exactly as much damage to the world. Fight Club is a important meditation on masculinity. It should not be taken at face value. The problem is there's people who took 2 very incorrect messages from it and think that they got it, right? And so that's the problem I think that's the problem in general with pop anything is, well, I mean, going back to the Mythbusters, is watching that show and walking away not with the idea that, oh, experimentation can answer complicated questions that seem unanswerable, but instead walking away with, if I do one experiment off the seat of my pants, then that's good enough. That answers the question, and that's just not true, right? There's, rigor is important. Eliminating variables is important. They put together one simplistic test, do it one time, and then go, well, there's the question answered. It's like, well, okay, well, that's... If you take that literally, that's bad. It's real bad. But you can't stop people from... failing to read into things, right? That's... You have to keep making... You have to keep making stuff anyway and just hoping that people won't stop directly at face value, right? And... Pardon me. Yeah, Pavel, I think that is the answer. It's TikTok randos. I think Mythbusters has been replaced by people doing those yeah. You know what? Let's not bitch about that. That's too much of a bummer. Yeah, because nothing else I've said in this stream was a bummer. But that's... complaining about TikTok is just a bridge too far. I don't know. I mean, in senses, it kind of is. You know, because it's like it's the difference between here's something happening at a distance that I think will eventually destroy society, and here's society crumbling in real time. Oops. Ah. Oh, he was right there. Am I okay? No, I'm not okay. I mean, I guess you weren't here for the early part of the stream, but just to reiterate, yeah, I'm not doing great. My cat is sick, which would not be nearly as upsetting if I had not just put down a cat for the same symptoms, despite the fact that I know it's almost 100% chance it's a different problem, and one that this one's likely to survive. We think that Udon has an intestinal blockage. We think we know why she has an intestinal blockage. That's a different story, though. And I'm probably going to have to put a couple of $1,000s down on getting it pulled out of her stomach. But the fact that she's going to survive does not change the fact that I watched one cat slowly stop eating and then die. And then I watched another cat slowly stop eating and then die. And now I have another cat that has slowly stopped eating. And despite the fact that I'm told she's probably not going to die, I feel like I'm in fucking Groundhog Day. You know, I'm not generally this sensitive to, you know, pets. Like, I tend to think of cats as, don't take this the wrong way, but disposable in the sense that, like, come on, you know you're not going to have a cat forever. You're going to have them, and then you won't have them someday, and you'll get another one. That is the way it works, and no matter how much you care about them, they're not forever, and you know that. And so you have to be okay with the idea that this is the cat you have right now, but I'm losing my ability to do that. You know, it's getting really, really hard to be okay with it when it feels like it just keeps happening and I can't seem to stop it. And so yeah, and so yeah.
I knew you had my back.
So here's the thing, the vet situation in Washington is extremely bad, or at least in Seattle is extremely bad. Most of the vets closed during the pandemic. The one that we're going to now is a fucking lifesaver. They're called Urban Animal. Long story short, terrific vet, fantastic vet. If you're in the Seattle area, you should go to Urban Animal. They're wonderful. But the fact is, at this point, I am in a tremendous amount of debt. All my credit cards are maxed out. Some of that is through stupidity. Some of it is through misadventure. I'm sitting on like $50,000 worth of debt and taking on even more. I don't know. I mean, like, it's possible, but it'd be wonderful if I could not, you know, more debt. That's more. I don't understand how my credit is still good enough that I keep getting loans. And at some point, they're going to stop giving them to me, I think. And if I just keep getting more and more and more separate loans, separate lines of credit for stuff, for emergencies, eventually there's going to be a point where I'm going to apply for one and they're going to say no. And for all I know, that's now, you know, and yeah, sorry, there's a coffee. There's a pinned message in the chat. If you want to donate, that'd be great. The fact is, part of why I just came back from the vet before I started this stream, and I needed to distract myself, but also, like, I'm trying to decide how I want to handle this because people are giving me so much money on Patreon already, and I've asked for money for emergencies in the past, but at this point, holy fucking hell, it's been so much. People have sent me so much, and not, you know, not that this is a quid pro quo, but I think they've gotten their money's worth. If I may be so bold. I know my output's been inconsistent, but I also know that people don't think of it that way. Every time I try to say, like, I feel like I'm not giving you your money's worth, people are like, we don't fucking care about the dollars and cents. We just want you to do what you want, do what you do. And as far as I can tell, I'm only getting better and better at that, right? You know, I feel like I feel like there's no better outcome to all of this than that I decided to start buying cash registers and making videos about those, right? Like that, even if it's not producing an enormous amount of content, it seems like that's what people want out of me, is just this gonzo energy. You know, there's no specific topic to my channel. I'm just sort of doing whatever, and you don't know where it's going to go. And it's not how I planned it, but it seems to be how it's playing out, and it seems like that's what people want, right? And so, you know, I wish I put out more videos. I wish that I was, you know, delivering more, even if people aren't counting the dollars. I still wish that I could deliver more, but at least I think I'm doing the kind of things that people want. You know, putting stuff in front of them that they otherwise would never have thought about, and digging into stuff that they've always wondered about that nobody else would do. I think that I am delivering that. Even if I'm only one man and I can only do it so much, and I've got all this other shit going on that's making it hard to do as good a job as I wish. I think in terms, you know, if not in terms of degree, at least in terms of kind, I am doing what people want me to do. And yeah. It's no, we just love cash registers. Nobody cares about me. It's not, my journey is not important here. What's important is that it ended at cash registers. But yeah, as I said earlier, I have 2 cash registers in the mail. I really didn't want to spend money on them because I'd already spent so much, and like it's difficult because like I've not been putting as much in savings as I should. I know my Patreon payout level probably looks pretty absurd, but you know, it's not like I live in fucking San Francisco or New York. You know, I don't have a $8,500 a month rent payment or something, but my expenses for my, you know, for my lifestyle, which I don't think is that outrageous, they add up. They add up to a big chunk of it. Now, I have been spending more discretionary funds than I should, but, you know, I just hope that, I don't know, I guess, who the fuck doesn't buy 3 pizzas when they're feeling like shit, right? And like, I'm doing that on a larger scale, I admit. I'm spending more on retail therapy and whatnot than I maybe should be. But it's not like I don't have problems, and it's just that when I go and blow money on them, it's got an extra 0 on the end. I admit that, right? I should have more in savings right now than I do. I had more in savings, and I did blow some of it when things were going really bad. Earlier this year and last year, I did blow through some of it. So I was doing okay, but I just cannot seem to get myself on solid ground long enough to build up any well, hell, I mean, that's the thing, right? It's like, there's this, I fucking hate this. I'm going to drop and pick a different map. Fuck this. I'm going to pick a different mode. Because I hate that fucking map. There's this, you know, as you get older and older, as you proceed with the life of an adult, you find yourself more and more often, I think, imagining this idea that sorry, Halogen Vintage Imaging says, the National Guard took over my town's police department and I bought a Leica so fast. This man's spitting. I agree. That's true. Fuck. But hey, there you go, right? Yeah, as an adult, you know, you think to yourself, like, if only I could get things to slow down for a moment. If I could get my feet on solid ground, just long enough, then maybe I could get this under control. Maybe I could get it to work finally. I could get the ball rolling and build some momentum, and maybe it would stay rolling. And then it just doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. And you know, there's some philosophy on the idea that if you wait around, if you know, it's sort of like what I've heard about people who are trying to decide when to have a kid. There's no good time to have a kid. It'll never happen. There's not going to be a day where you go, okay, now that I have it together and my checkbook's balanced, now I can bring a kid into this world and they'll be entering with a clean slate instead of parents that are constantly bickering, constantly trying to figure out how they're going to make it work day to day, you know. But no, it's never going to happen. It's never going to happen. And every kid who doesn't remember their parents bickering, it's because they hid it well. It's never easy. And you do it anyway if it matters to you. You know, you make the time, you make the money, you make the, you know, you make it work if it's important to you. And so that's what we're all trying to do. You know, despite the fact that it never slows down, it never seems to get any fucking easier. You put one foot in front of the other, and the trouble comes when you hit that point where you find yourself going, I just simply can't start this. I can't start this project. I can't do this until things calm down. I can't. It's not, you know, it would be ideal. It's not should I. It's I can't. I can't do it. It's not an option. When you find that happening, when you're overwhelmed to the point where you can't seem to even try to get the ball rolling and find out if it will roll, that's when you're really in trouble as far as not, you know, in terms of stalling, right? I've been stalled a bunch lately. You know, I'm not working right now. You know, I think about this a lot. Again, I know people aren't counting the days or counting the releases per month, but the point is that, like, I'm not doing anything that's going to move the ball towards finishing a video right now, and I need to, because it takes a certain amount of time from the point where I start a script to the point where I can actually produce something, and so the longer it sounds fucking stupid to put it this way, but like, if I wait another week to start producing a video, then I won't have a video for another week after that, right? So if I start producing it sooner, I can finish it sooner. Just basic fucking physics, right? Now, I can make certain excuses, like the fact that, you know, I started on some ideas, and those ideas ended up being more complicated than I thought. And so what seemed like a simple idea, you know, like the obvious thing I should do next, ended up not looking like that great an idea. And then, at some point in the process, I took a mind to change topics entirely, you know, specific topics. Like I decided after I did the last video that I needed to do another video on point of sale stuff, right? People loved it, and it's one of those things where, like, I did have a period of a few days where I was like, okay, now the next video should be about NLX, this other PC motherboard specification that I wanted to cover, that I had just coincidentally I had started reading about, and I was going to do that video, and then I said, no, fuck it, let's do the point of sale thing. Let's because I didn't have the stuff for that video. Well, in between when I started, you know, working in earnest on the cash register video, and then when I actually got it recorded, I had some downtime, and I started working on the NLX stuff, and I actually managed to make a lot of progress on that. And so now I have the whole NLX story in my head, as it were. This fucking map again? Really? Are you kidding? I just left. I just left because of this fucking map. I hate this map. Nope. Leave. Quit. So I went through this period of like, no, I shouldn't just do a bunch of cash register videos in a row. You know, maybe people get burnt out or whatever. And then I think Daria might have said something to me about it, or maybe I came to the conclusion on my own. I don't remember. But basically, no, just do what people want. Come on. You know, I'm thinking about it right now.
Goodbye.
Strike while the iron's fucking hot. Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it. Have a good night, Steve. Thanks for joining. It would just be silly to not do this, you know. So fuck it. I'll do it. Right? And so, when I originally made that video about the
20 donation for the Laker Fund.
20 donation. God. Look, I'll be frank. If I was going to buy a camera, it would be a Nikon D810 or D850, because I miss that thing so fucking bad. I used to have one. I sold it. Buy a mirrorless. That was such a stupid decision. Anyway, so I did the Ah, damn. Almost had that guy. Speth Marine. Yeah, just don't start talking about heat pumps. Well, the thing is, no, the POS machine videos would all be much more comprehensive. Yeah. Well, and part of the worry I have, is, what if it does turn into the little guys? Which I'm still not really sure what the public response to that was or is. Like, I still can't entirely figure out how people feel about it. Do they hate it, or did I just release those videos during moments of poor YouTube performance in general? I mean, the last one did so fucking bad, and then I found out that I was probably being affected by the fucking ad block thing that was putting everybody's numbers in the shitter. And so, like, I don't even know what to think anymore. So should I do another one? I don't know. But what I will say is that Technology Connections is still doing videos about heat pumps and still bringing in like 4 fucking million views. So can we actually stand here and say, oh, don't do that?
Words are hard, cats are important. Your videos make the experience of life better in many intangible ways.
That's the thing, right? Like, you ask yourself, every time a pet gets sick, particularly cats, I think, you ask yourself, why do I do this to myself? And the answer is, I don't know, but they bring that special something without which I'm going to get another cat. I've had multiple cats die, and for reasons I don't want to get into right now, these cats cannot stay living with me, even if they end up healthy again. Both Soba and Udon have to go. They're making my life a living hell, unrelated to the health situation. But so they're going to have to go anyway, and I'm going to be heartbroken about that too. But I'm going to get more cats, and I'm always going to have cats. I can't be without cats. They do that special something, and I don't want to be without it, right? Anyway, I think that the quality of the little guys' videos did flag for a bit, and I don't blame anybody for falling off on them, but I had hoped, I'll be perfectly frank with you, I had not specifically thought of them as, quote, filler content, but I did think that I could get away with not having a really deep meaning that I was exploring with them, and I don't think that really worked out. I think that what people come to my channel for is the narrative stuff. It's the, here's the story behind stuff rather than the specifics. I don't think that's going to change. And, okay, I cannot pull the fire alarm, but I can destroy the fire alarm. Comp Geek, if you're still around, there's your answer. So I understand, so to wit, regarding the snide comment about tech connections, there are a lot of people. I have seen an enormous number of people say derisively, ugh, yeah, the sudden pivot into nothing but fucking appliances. Because it's not just heat pumps. It's also, like, a lot of other stuff where, like, he's not doing what he was doing when I first saw him, right? Now, as a YouTuber, I can tell you, it is super frustrating the day that you realize that you're pigeonholed and that you cannot just do whatever you want because people have specific demands. They come to you for a specific product. They want that product. And if you make something else, you're not delivering what they signed up for. That is just, come on. I mean, what do you expect, right? I mean, if I subscribe to a guy's channel who's doing woodworking videos and he starts doing videos about fucking, videos about model painting, sorry, I'm probably going to unsubscribe. And it's, even if they're good videos about model painting, I don't know. It's like, well, that's the thing, right? Is like the chances that it's a complicated series of, he would have to, first, I would have to like model painting. I do, to a certain extent, but not to the degree that I like woodworking. Not to the degree where I would watch, videos on that topic with the same, level of intention and engagement. But even then, for this to work, he would have to not only be a person who could make both woodworking and model painting videos that I am interested in. but also, you know, holy shit, I am cleaning house. What was that? 5 kills? Yeah, he'd have to be able to do both. And the chances of somebody who can make one type of video that I want to watch also being able to make another type of video that I want to watch is not high. When they do this pivot, they're probably going to pivot not from woodworking into model painting, but from good woodworking into bad model painting, right? Now, my observation is that what Tech Connections did, in a sense, not that he was ever that pigeonholed to begin with, but it feels, I think a lot of people would agree with this, it feels like he was talking about a lot less mundane things 5 years ago. And now it's this, you know, household appliances and, you know, sort of home ec stuff that is interesting. But yes, I think a lot of people probably didn't sign up for it. However, clearly a lot of people did, right? The guy's still quite successful. I don't think he fucked up here. And the reason is he went from making good videos about conventional nerd shit to making good videos about unconventional nerd shit. Do you get the importance here? The videos are still good. They're still very well made. It's still up to his standards. He didn't pivot into something he's not good at. He changed topics, but is making the same thing. And so that, I think, is why it's been successful. Now, conversely, right, exactly. I think that Alec, well, and so that's the thing is I fucked up in a lot of ways because I started out with a much broader spectrum and then pigeonholed myself, if you will. I feel that, boy, I'm taking big lag hits periodically, I think. I keep seeing, like, grenades disappear mid-flight, shit like that. I started out making... Well, I mean, come on, you know, I started out with the idea that I would do videos about, like, vintage, you know, analog video stuff, and, like, the problem is that I very quickly, once I found out that I was able to make more in-depth videos, that I did not know how to make in-depth videos on that kind of topic, which is why it took me years to get around to making another one. I think there was a multi-year gap in videos about video gear because I myself discovered that the variety show thing I wanted to do at first only made sense if I was doing sort of very light Ostwind, fuck off. I'm gonna ban you. Get out of here. You're not asking respectfully. Go fuck yourself. Or you can go watch the VOD yesterday. Where was I? Sorry. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna, one more thing. You come here on a day when my fucking cat is dying and you treat me like that? Go fall in a well and drown. Okay? Yeah. Have a bad life. Jesus Christ. Respectfully. What a fucking douchebag. Anyway, where was I? No, seriously, where was I? What the fuck was I talking about?
Objective Echo neutralized.
Damn it! I haven't hit a single helicopter all day. I did it yesterday. I deserve this. Oh yeah, there we go. So, basically, when I started out, I was making shitty videos about nothing, where I was just sort of rambling, and I hadn't, you know, researched anything that I said, and, what I was doing is I was sort of mimicking other people who, I was, you know, mimicking other people who, at the time when I started, I was watching a lot of YouTube videos from, like, the, you know, mid to late 2010s, where YouTube was just a very different place. You know, if you go back and watch a lot of people who are pretty big now, their videos from back then are very shaky, a lot shakier than you remember, probably. And a lot of the time it was very much just, here I have this object, here's what I think about it, right? And then, ow. The other RPG with the eyepiece does lock on to moving targets, and I have no idea if, I don't know if it does any more damage. I'm not really sure about that. But the RPG just sort of feels better to me, and I need to check. I don't remember if it has more ammo or not. I don't think it does. I just decided to go for it. I just think it's, I just like it. Anyway, when I started out making videos, like the way I did it was literally, I had my smartphone, and I had gotten, like, the very first video I made was I had my smartphone, and I'd gotten a package in the mail with like an MSX computer in it, because I decided I wanted to start collecting Japanese computers, and that was the one I went for. And I still love the MSX. Which is funny because I never ended up making any videos about the MSX in the long term, but that, you know, that's just what I'm driving at, right? I made that video and I was like, I don't know what to say about the MSX that's not available on like the wiki page about it, but I've got this one here, and who cares, right? Let's just turn the phone on and we'll talk for a bit. And I don't know, at that point I had never thought about, oh, how do you get a plane? Oh, I didn't know about this for a very long time. If you look here back at the headquarters, you'll see that next to the
30
HQ.
donation. Put you Ko-fi link on live.cathodereju.com.
Okay, I will do that.
With respect.
I will do that. If you look at the headquarters here, you got all these vehicle icons next to it, and when this helicopter here is ready, we just... Oh, no, vehicle already taken. So basically, there's a bunch of people with their mouse cursors over the helicopter, and whichever one of you manages to hit space first gets it. But on maps with jets, you can get those as well that way. I actually successfully got one the other day during a match. I mean, I got my ass wasted really fast because they're surprisingly difficult to use. Oh, I thought that was a mine. I thought I dodged it. Yeah, you got to spawn camp them. Finally, I got someone with the Tarkov title. Thank you, Katie. I appreciate that. So again, you know, so when I started out on my channel making videos about whatever, I had never for a moment thought about what would my audience want to see. Because I'd never met an audience before, right? I couldn't envision, what do people want out of me? What would people want me to do? And, you know, obviously, you know, I think there's this notion that, oh, we like you because you do whatever you want. No, that's not true. If you think that's true, you got another thing coming, my friend. You're my audience. I do what you want, modulated by what I'm interested in. That is a fact. It is the case that everything I say in my videos is something I want to say, said the way I want to say it. But it doesn't mean that I'm just doing whatever I feel like. I am sitting down and asking, how can I turn what I'm thinking about right now into something that will satisfy you? Because that's what I want out of this relationship. You know, not just for the monetary angle on it. The reason I didn't start YouTube intending to make money. That wasn't the goal. Largely because I didn't think it was possible.
Goodbye.
Back then, I very firmly believed that it was impossible to just... Oh, have a good night, Ben.
Goodbye.
I very firmly believed that the idea of there's a quote, I don't remember who it was. There's some big webcomics guy had a well-known quote where somebody asked, how do you succeed in webcomics? And his response was, easy, start in 1998. And at the time that I first saw that reference was in a Penny Arcade post, I think from like 2004 or something like that. I want to say it was there. It was sometime in the 2000s was the first time I saw that quote. And in the fullness of time, I think we found out that for varying definitions of succeed, it isn't true. You don't actually have to start in 1998. But the point was that there are a lot of people who succeeded because they were in the right place at the right time. And that is a very common phenomenon. We see that a lot in various different media where somebody... It's not that you have to be in the right place at the right time to succeed at all. It's that the stakes are way higher, and you're doing it with weights on if you come in later, right? So to succeed in webcomics, you better either start in 1998 or be really, really good. And so we have seen webcomics that succeeded well into the 2010s, you know, starting in the 2010s, because they were just really fucking good. They were just great stuff. And the same is true for, you know, for anything else. I did not know this in 2017 when I started my channel. So I believed that the ship had sailed and that, you know, the retro tech YouTube niche was fished out, that there were no trout left, and and that there was no chance at quote unquote success, right? And at the time, I had no, you know, I had no ability to market myself. I had no idea how to put my name out there or anything. I mean, I still don't. I got popular entirely through sheer fucking chance, right? It's just, you know, tech connections boosted me. It all sort of snowballed from there. I wouldn't know how to restart this from scratch. You know, I have no fucking magic bullet now, and I certainly didn't then. And I had no idea he was going to notice me, or that anybody else would, right? So I didn't plan this.
Donation. Whatever you make a video about, I guarantee that my cat will listen to it attentively. You are his absolute favorite YouTuber.
Well, good. Fortunately, he's my absolute favorite cat. So we're a match made in heaven. The reason he's my favorite cat is because he's a cat. Almost got a rocket off. Tech Connections boosted my NES as a RF transmitter, NES as a radio station, NES as a TV station. There we go. Video, which is funny because it was like the most effort post video I ever made, and I think that there's several things. If I could go back in time, there are several things I would change about that video. Holy hell! I recorded it just in front of like my messy, barely made up basement wall, and some of the explanations could be better, and there were a couple jokes I tried to make in there that like later on I just cringe at, and like, that didn't work. Why'd you have to force that one and whatnot? But nobody's ever complained about any of those things, and the core of the video is still good. To this day, I'm the only person, I think, who's ever made a video on that topic. I mean, nobody else needs to at this point because I did it. But the point is that, like, I did a good job. Like, I know why that video popped off. It's not just because Alec boosted me. He boosted me because it was a good video, and I accept that, right? And I remember, you know, at the time, obviously I was shocked. I was shocked that it happened, but I wasn't shocked that it happened with that video because I had put in so much effort that it was very much like, wow, I'm amazed that that paid off. I knew how hard I'd worked to get it to be better than anything else I'd ever made. And compared to what a lot of people on YouTube are still making, you know, that is punching way above its weight class, right? Just, sorry, you know, if I do say so myself, that video is punching way above its weight class for, like, I think I had less than 1,000 subscribers at that point. I think it was like a couple hundred. It was not many. And then just about overnight, it was in the 5 digits, you know? It was very much a case of, I don't know how to put this other than I got what I deserved. You know, I wish that everybody got what they deserved, right? I'm not saying it's fair. I'm just saying that it was not unclear why that one popped off. Even if it was, you know, even if it wasn't perfect, it wasn't perfect in the ways that people don't notice. When you're a creator, you're obsessed with, like, getting the comedic timing correct, but a lot of people just laugh at your joke because you made it and get what you were driving at, you know? And so despite the very poor timing of the CSB reference at the beginning, which I think falls really flat, I think everybody saw what I was driving at. You know, those videos were really big at the time in particular. And so, there were some well-actuallys on that video, and yeah, the thing is, so I've thought about it, and doing a remake of that video is something I've thought about doing remakes of old videos periodically, but the thing is, I think that, to tell the truth, I'm not sure I could do as good a job, because honestly, I'm sorry, next match, I need to switch to the UMP-45. I got that a couple of ranks ago, and I've been meaning to try it out. I know I'm not going to like it, but I got to try it. The now playing bit is the funniest fucking thing I could have done, and I absolutely did not plan that. I'm so mad at how that particular bit worked out, because, like, again, you just can't plan this stuff. You can't plan this stuff, right? That's always been the experience for me. It's just like doing things, and then, holy hell, it worked. You know, I didn't think that joke was a good idea. I thought it would just be nonsense, and then bam, you know, it ended up being one of the funniest bits about my streams. And yeah, exactly. People love to put jokes on the stream, and that's why I did it, because I did it because I didn't think like, oh, this'll interfere with my now playing. That's, you know, that's important. I thought to myself, oh fuck, you know, this is an opportunity for people to get some good bits up there, and I bet they will. And it turns out that every goddamn one of them has been hilarious, right? So that's the thing, is like, when you get better at playing to an audience, everyone's thrilled about it. No one's, you know, there's nothing wrong with, if you're a performer, there's nothing wrong with knowing what people want and playing to it, right? And so when I started out, I didn't know how to do that, and so I just did stuff, and much of it wasn't very good and not really worth going back and watching. And oh shit, howdy. Oh, I didn't think that would knock down that much of the house. Okay, but it did work. Oh, tanks down. Cool. Oh, that holy shit, that worked. Well, okay, we'll take that. Owie. Yeah, Roscoe, I have a lot of regrets about that Norton desktop video, but also it's part of a body of work, you know? And at some point, you know, you do think to yourself, like, not every Michael Jackson song is Thriller. You know, at some point it becomes like they can't all be winners, and they can't all be masterpieces, right? If you asked me what video of mine is the closest thing to a masterpiece, because a masterpiece is not something that, it's not a matter of, you know, order of exclusion here, right? It's not that at any given moment the best thing in your oeuvre is a masterpiece. No, a masterpiece is something that happens at some point, and I would say that it has not yet for me. That's how I feel about it. But if I had to pick a video that was the closest to a masterpiece, it's probably, I'd have to go back and check, but it might be the it might still be the fucking video on CD-ROMs video, just because I think that one is, for what I was trying to do with it, I think it's perfect. You know, I think it's like, as a purely as an entertainment video, I think it's a little long in the tooth, like as in it's literally kind of too long. But I wanted to cover the whole topic, and I didn't want to leave anything out, because there wasn't going to be an opportunity to do it again. And so if you want to know about video on CD-ROMs in the 90s, that video covers the whole topic. There is really nothing more to it than what is in that video. I did the whole thing. You know, it's a Wikipedia page on this topic that Wikipedia would never let me make, you know? And so, as part of a body of work, as part of a, you know, for what I'm trying to do here, if there's a didactic purpose to any of it, that video nailed it perfectly, right? And I think that there's very few points in it where I'm like, oh, why'd I say it like that? There's very few points where I'm like, oh, that joke didn't work. You know, I think nothing in there, you know, loses the viewer or anything like that. I think it all works, and I don't think it's one of my more popular videos in terms of you know, view count or anything like that. Oh, and then yeah, the other thing is like the yeah, what you think is your best work isn't always, or even frequently what the fan favorites are. Yeah, absolutely. You know, and so there's a complicated relationship between the questions of what am I trying to do, what do I need to do, and what do people want me to do. Right? That's 3 different questions. Right? Id, ego, and superego. But really, it's like, what do I want to do? Well, I'll talk to my therapist about that, okay? I mean, genuinely, like, I got into this. A lot of the reason I got into this is out of ego. I wasn't joking about ego and superego. A lot of this is, hang on, let me think about this. Do those actually map? I think they might. Let's see. So, id. The reason I got into this in the first place, for myself, right, was because it does map. Outstanding. The reason I got into this in the first place was because I wanted to be popular. I wanted people to tell me that I was cool and appreciate me, and I got that. I got exactly what I wanted. It worked out perfectly, right? Then the reason that people, what I need to do, the superego part, is I need to maintain a career. I need to get paid. I need to network. I need to do all the things that keep me doing this, keep me stable, right? And then the ego element is, what do people want me to do? What do people want to see from me? And the intersection between those, it produces a decision, just like any other. That's a good one, Cirasil. I'm digging that. That's pretty dank. Yeah, actually, going back to the oh right, yeah, the HB, the Quick Start series has really fallen off, and I think a lot of that is because I think they're all good. You know, I again, there's things I would change, but I think they're all good. But the last couple of them have not done nearly as well, and I think the reason for that is that, to me, I see them as part of a body of work, all angles on the same subject, and I can't pull myself back from that. I think that to somebody else who's not necessarily a huge fan of Quick Start, yeah, the response to the last couple Quick Start videos has fallen off hard. It's not nearly what it was. And I think that a lot of that's because maybe the videos are much less, maybe the latter videos have been a lot less interesting if you don't already have opinions in your head about the Quick Start phenomenon, right? It sort of becomes, it stops being episodic at some point and starts being serial. And of course, I'm trying to do series. I don't know when it was that I came up with the idea of making every video on my channel part of a, quote-unquote, a show, right? There was a mix of reasons for doing it. One of them was that I thought it would keep me more centered in terms of knowing what it is I'm trying to achieve, right? Because if I just go like, oh, I'll do a video about this computer topic. Okay, great. People are interested in the computer, but like, what is the identity of what encapsulates the identity of my, that I regard computers with, right? And so, for instance, I put all the PC, the stuff that's just about how weird the PC market got, into the show 100% compatible, because I thought, what can I do to reduce my feelings about PCs to a short, snappy title? And it was Yeah, 100% compatible. That's what comes to mind. And when I think about a video in terms of, oh, this is a 100% compatible video, it tells me a lot about what it's going to be. It means that I'm going to be focusing on how this thing relates to the IBM PC and its standardness or lack thereof, right? And that tells me a lot about where to focus the video, right? Whereas if I make it about some other aspect of it, then it might, you know, quick start videos are also about the IBM PC, but they're about this much more specific angle on it, and that affects what the tone of the video is going to be, right? Right, and yeah, so Pavel, it's interesting when right, the other series are not true series per se. Yeah, and I think most of the quick start stuff is over. I think I have definitely covered the bulk of the topic, right? And I don't think of, you know, 100% compatible as like, well, have you seen the previous episodes? If you want to get the lore, that's, you know, whereas with quick start, there's a reason that I give a summary every time. Last time on quick start. It's way more important with that particular series. But my point is that from a production standpoint, well, it's like, you know, if you watch Computer Chronicles, you know the tone of what you're about to see. Versus something on, you know, fucking Tech TV, it's a very different tone. The name of the show identifies it. It gives you a narrative preconception, which tells you whether you're going to want to see it, right? A quick start on quick start, if you will. I mean, that's the reason that TV shows have names, right? Is so that, you know, it's a brand. It's a brand, and the reason that you do that is so that consumers, I'm sorry, but that's you. It's so that consumers understand A, what they're getting, and B, that it's going to be the same thing as the last time. You know, that it's going to be more of what they signed up for in the first place. Because damn it, I thought I had that sniper. Yeah, I mean, if my channel was just a series of loose videos, I can tell you that I think they would have a much less focused intent, and I can tell you I don't think you'd like that. You know, I think it would be a much less satisfying channel if I was just like, oh, I don't know, you know, let's just wade into it, right? But yeah, so what I was gonna say earlier is the history of home video, right? That was back when I was thinking that I was gonna be a lot more focused on those sort of topics. I remember that being my first magnum opus. The first time that I made a video where I'm like, yes, this is what I came here to do. This is my, you know, if I can get this done, if people will watch it, this is the thing that I was hoping for. Yes, I got that fucking vehicle. And it's never been popular. That video was not a huge success. I think it was either a little bit before or a little bit after the NES as a TV station video, and I remember it did not do nearly as well either in retrospect or after the fact. And I always felt a little sad about that, in the sense that it was, Jesus. So when I started out doing this, right? Like I said, the first couple of videos I made, I didn't know, you know, I made one where I took apart a joystick, right? I didn't think that I didn't think I was breaking new ground with that. I didn't think that was going to be the new definitive video on the topic of PC joysticks, right? It was just something I was doing, and it's sort of, I make a distinction, and I don't have a word for it, but I really should, between the two types of YouTube, certainly in this space. One is what Adrian Black does on Adrian's Digital Basement, where it's all about, at least I think it's all about, because I don't... Adrian, if you're watching, sorry, I don't watch your videos very much. But when I have, it's basically been, okay, I'm going to take this thing apart and repair it. And the whole video is just a narrative of that process. You are literally just seeing beginning to end with some time cut out and maybe some explanations in there of, here's what happened when I did this, right? And some other people like, Tech Tangents is a lot more like that. And it's also a lot of what YouTube used to be. There used to be a lot more stuff on YouTube that does that sort of just a project log. Now, I tried to do that, and I don't think I was very good at it, but also I didn't get much of a response. I don't really have one-off videos, is the thing. And the reason for that is that, so the one major type of video are these sort of, just documentary ones where it's just, here's a thing that I did, and it's just made not in, it's not where you write down a concept and then you research it and then you build a narrative about it. It's just a recording of events, and you've cut it down to the basics, right? To the essential and most captivating elements. And that's all there is to it, right? And typically when people make videos like that, they are not adding a lot of sort of factual value to it, in the sense that usually those are not accompanied by a lot of research or background on the thing or theory about it. And so I started out making stuff like that was just, here's the thing I got in the mail today. Here are the details about it. Here's what it does, right? And then I think the first video I ever made that was, I think the NES video was the first one I ever made that was the sort of thing I do now, right? That was a sea change where I stopped making videos that are just,
Defensive position is needed on the marked objective.
yeah, sorry, vlog type videos. Yeah. I'll be honest. I just don't watch that sort of video, really. I just generally don't. It's not usually my thing. God, maybe I don't think I like the UMP. I've never liked the UMP in any game I've used it in. I don't think it's very good in this one either. And then yeah, there's the stuff that I do now, generally speaking, is like a topic that I have researched at length and chosen a perspective on, and I have written a essay on it to express that perspective, right? And actually, it's funny because one of the biggest exceptions to this actually is the video editor video, and the video mixer video, where I'm not doing that I'm not doing that nearly so much as I am, in fact, demonstrating a physical, demonstrating the functionality of a thing, right? I don't think I do a lot of videos like that, certainly anymore. Usually it is more about the meta and the context. And the trouble with that is, at a point, that what if you don't have anything to say about the background on something? And that's how I ended up with a room full of video equipment and nothing to say about a lot of it. And the same for a lot of other stuff. I have a lot of stuff that's just Marge Simpson voice. I just think it's neat, and I cannot get myself to assemble a video about it because there's not enough meat on the bone to create, an essay about it, right? I can't, at some point it's like, there was a point in time where I would have just done show and tell with certain things, and that point has very much passed. I cannot get myself to make videos like that anymore unless I've got some deeper meaning to it. And to that end, it's why it's actually going back to the stuff from earlier. Part of the reason that I said I wasn't going to do a video about basic non-PC based cash registers is because I looked at that in terms of, oh, there, I just unlocked a whole bunch of shit. Let's go upgrade this gun. I looked at that in terms of such a video would be, let's see, what did I unlock? We got a flash hider. I guess that's free real estate right now. We got a vertical grip and a hand stop. What is this? ADS accuracy when moving. Oh, fuck it. I'll take that. No expansion there. Wait. Wait, I can get a smaller magazine? Oh, improved handling. Oh, I guess that does make sense. Let's go for a 3x scope. Let's put the red laser on it, and I think we Gucci. Okay. Wait. Did I have... Yo, whoa, what the fuck is this thing? Wait, I've got a 10mm SMG. Hold the phone. I didn't notice that because it was on the bottom. Why did I just spawn directly into an ATV? That's funny as fuck. Right, yes. Well, okay, but so yeah, I will admit that it was a huge shocker to me when the Here's My Phone Stuff video popped off the way it did. And I think part of the problem with applying that to video gear is actually the fact that I don't think there's that much variety in the topic. You know, when it comes down to it, but again, you know, maybe I'm second guessing myself too much. You know, maybe I'm borrowing trouble here because I don't know. I don't know what the answers are. I never not figured it out. Oh yeah, no, I mean if I click on a video I'll just spawn into it. I just don't remember clicking on it. Firefox, no, I 100% have not seen a goddamn thing in a thrift store in quite some time. They're doing a lot better than they were, but like doing a lot better in terms of just being, you know, having stuff that would be useful to people, not stuff that's interesting or useful for me. So yeah, I personally kind of think that the era of the thrift store video is over, insofar as the sort of stuff. Well, I mean, part of the problem is that thrift stores in... Where the fuck is all that fire coming from? There we go. Jesus. Part of the problem is that the thrift stores in 2004 had televisions from 1996 in them, and the thrift stores in 2025 have televisions from 1996 in them. Like the era of the stuff that's in there has not changed, and it's pretty much kept being the same stuff, and it hasn't shifted into like weird it hasn't shifted into any like weird stuff out at the fringes. I mean, some people say it's because a lot of it's going to eBay. There is truth to that. There's also, I think, some truth to the notion that a lot of stuff's just been thrown away, period, or was never in the hand. A lot of the stuff that I'd be most interested in was in the hands of people who would never have gotten rid of it this way. And so, yeah, I don't know that. I don't know if there's much meat left on that bone, but anyway. Yeah, I never know what the right answer is. I never know. When I went in and shot the phone stuff video, I thought it was a huge mistake. I thought it was a really bad idea, but I was at the time I'm trying to remember. I think I'd gotten the hernia diagnosis at that point. I can't remember. I think I was like, I knew what. I felt like shit at that time for a whole mix of reasons that some of which were in fact the fault of the fucking hernia, and some weren't. But I thought they were. And either way, I felt like shit. I felt like shit, and I just had no energy to do anything, and couldn't think, and I just decided to go in and just do it. And no, we're not going to see an influx of Windows 10 laptops in thrift stores. We'll see them in e-waste stores, because the thrift stores are not equipped to handle them and never will be, because they correctly understand the PII issue, that nobody knows how to wipe a laptop, and so nobody does that. And so every single machine that gets thrown away is going to be full of people's fucking banking information, which, you know, you say like, well, but everybody does everything online. Yeah, that's true. And also, if you put out a stack of 10 laptops at your store and you haven't done like a DoD wipe on the fucking SSDs, then somebody is going to get their identity stolen. And so Goodwill just landfills every single fucking laptop, every PC they get. So that's not going to change. And that's the thing, right? Is like we could get into the death of the thrift store, but like we're not going to see newer eras of stuff in there, partly because none of it's worth reselling, or if it is, it's worth too much. So, but and yeah. Yeah, and that's the other thing, right? Is like, if nothing else, they have a web browser on there, and the web browser has cookies for every single part of their life. Their entire existence is available through those login tokens, and they're some of the most powerful. Like, you can't do as much with somebody's social security number as you can with a cookie for their bank website that just lets you go on and transfer money arbitrarily to another account, you know? So, you know, it's yeah. Fuck these weapons. Weapon. I'm switching weapon. Yeah, there we go. You know, honestly, I started out on this weird thing over here, the SGX, and I still got. Thank you, appreciate that. I still kind of wonder, what does this say? So it says that it's got less precision and control in the same. Wait a minute, hang on a second. So, with all the upgrades that I've put on the SGX, this seems to be saying that it has more rate of fire, a bigger magazine, and does the same amount of damage. Oh, wait, what are these down? Oh, hello. Huh. Okay, so comparing these, this is saying that the MP5, which they've renamed for some reason, has a faster reload time by half a second. It's got a higher muzzle velocity, which I imagine means it shoots further. It doesn't drop as much. It's slower going into aim down sights. Yeah. Well, now I don't even know. I'm going to spawn with the SGX and just see how I feel about it, because I haven't used it in a long time. I was using it for my first, 80 matches, and then I saw that I unlocked the MP5, and I'm like, well, I should probably try a different weapon. I shouldn't just stay on this weapon for the whole game. And so I unlocked that, and I've been using the MP5, and it's one of those things where you're never quite sure if you start liking something in some cases. And if you don't, you're never quite sure, is this because I'd set myself up to not like it, or because I genuinely just never did start liking it? But yeah, I gotta say, it's very difficult for me to remember the last time I was in a thrift store and saw anything of any type that I was excited to see. Yeah, I mean, obviously I mostly look at the electronics. That's a given the way that I am. But also, a lot of stuff in there. In all genres, just has not been exciting. I've gone in there looking for clothes and haven't found shit. Because again, it feels like in 2004 the clothes were all from 1996, and now they're still also from 1996 a lot of the time. So it just feels like. It feels like there are hard limits on what people will take to the thrift store, and those hard limits have never changed. Thrift stores are places where you take, a particular era of goods. Shit.
I need a fucking medic!
God, my ratio is so dog shit on this one. And I mean, it is worth pointing out that, yeah, I mean, someone's buying the 1996 TVs, right? They must be. It is worth pointing out that, yeah, the electronics are bad. You're going in there now, and it's not even fucking Walkmans. It's fucking phone sanitizers. It's still phone sanitizers. We're still seeing them. They're still coming in, and they'll be coming in for fucking years, decades. Ow. He got my ass. And like, it differs. The Goodwill is worse than the Value Village. I have I've gone into the Value Village and found much more interesting things than the Goodwill, and I don't know if that's entirely because they're sending everything to eBay, or if it again has to do with a difference in what people drop off. Is there still I feel like there's still a tank over there. That was not the tank. That, I think, was a rock. Rock lobster.
Our troops are attacking Echo. Break the enemy's momentum or we will lose the control of the fight.
They evaded my ass. Wait. The combat zone shrunk? When did that fucking happen? Ah. Oh, I see. They've gerrymandered the combat zone. Yeah, you know, I've always wondered about the question of, hey, you know what? Weren't we absolutely stomping them and then the fight just turned completely around? And now we're losing? Wow. Huh.
Weapon.
Fuck me. God damn it. Yeah. Huh. Bussin' Alan Wake, writer. Fucking name. That could have gone better. Well, you know, I should probably go eat something. This has been good, and I want to keep doing it, but like, it's like 10:30, and at some point I should probably stop. So I should probably make that now. It'd probably be healthy for me. So I shouldn't sound so down about it. Like this was a good time. Thank you all so much. Obviously, thank you so much to all the people who donated. It's gonna make things a lot more manageable. It might be. I should. No, RePC is still to some extent thriving, but that's a more complicated topic. I should say before I go that
donation. Well wishes
thank
for
you.
Kitten and yourself. Thanks for the stream.
There's a good chance that I am still going to post some sort of call for donations on PayPal, because even though I did get a chunk, I am gonna need more to dig myself out, because I've gotten into a lot of debt from this, and I expect to get into more. So I just, you know, if you give me anything, don't feel like you need to give me any more, okay? I just yeah, I don't know. I never know how to approach these things. You know, it's like, I don't want to. It sounds so fucking awful, but like, I know that if I just posted, "Hey, I need $30,000," and didn't explain why, people would probably just do it. The problem is that, like, I hate that. It's a shitty feeling because why do I deserve it more than somebody else, and all this other stuff, right? And so, like, the least I can do is say, like, look, don't feel like you need to do a certain amount. You know, people. I get these fucking Patreon messages from people that are like, yeah, so, you know, I've been a patron even though I've been living on somebody's couch and have no job, and have been, you know, sending you my Social Security money, and unfortunately that ran out, so now I have to stop being a patron, and I'll get back on as soon as I can. And I'm just like, holy hell, how do you not recognize which one of us needs it more? For fuck's sake, the idea of being guilty for getting off a TechTuber's fucking Patreon is like, you gotta treat yourself better than that, okay? Okay? Fuck me. It's like, it's not that I don't appreciate it, but at some point you're giving me more than I don't deserve to get it. I don't deserve it more than you, okay? Take care of yourself first, for Christ's sake.
Our troops are attacking Charlie.
Add a note, I thought about it, but honestly, the pressure of main channel streams is it would not be worth it unless I needed to pay for cancer treatment. Okay, I'll put it that way. It's you know, it'd be ridiculous because it would be unmanageable is the thing. It would just be impossible to yeah, I think at this point it would not be fun because I'd get a whole bunch of randos in there getting mad at me for not responding to them and you know, stuff that they don't understand how the vibes of my particular streams work, and I don't want to do all that. It's not worth it. It's not necessary. Did I get a crusher kill? How did I not get a crusher kill? I deserve it. Come on, it's Pride Month somewhere. I would have stopped the stream already, but I started another match, and so now I'm busy using my hands. But I'll stop the stream any minute now. Oh, by the way, one other a piece of information that I need to remember, and which I applied ironically on this stream, but would have been useful on past streams, is that whole business I talked about, where if you if OBS gets disconnected because like my PC crashed or whatever, then I have like 20, you know, I have like 60 seconds to restart the stream and then it ends. That's not true. That's a setting in YouTube. That's a setting on a per video basis. By default, it's on. It's called auto stop. And if I just go in when I make the video, when I start a stream, if I just go into the stream studio and turn off that setting, then hypothetically I can be disconnected for as long as I need to and still reconnect. And so I did it this time around and then didn't need it. But I feel like next time that I need it, I'll forget to turn it on. Anyway, the point is that, yeah, for future reference, that's something that I probably could have figured out a long fucking time ago. All right. Anyway, now that I've died, everybody have a good night. All right? Take care of yourselves.